Chapter 1153. It was very hard for Xiao Feng's 5-elemental wind lightning technique to improve, and his state of existence had reached the standard of a rank one true god. Now Xiao Feng's target was his bloodline. A strong bloodline was very helpful when trying to break through to the heavenly divine realm. For example, the races ranked in the top 200 of the 10,000 ancient races could become rank 2 true gods even if they didn't have any foundation. This was the benefit of having a strong bloodline. Xiao Feng's perfect blood devil sun bloodline might be considered a top-tier bloodline in the continent zone, but it could be ignored in the ancient desolate realm of gods. This was because the density of ancient bloodlines in the ancient desolate realm of gods was very high. For example, although the Golden Jade race, the race that ruled Blue Ocean Bay, was only ranked in the 2000s, even when Luan, who had the Heaven-Sun Battle race bloodline, wasn't their match. This was the difference between the ancient, desolate realm of gods and the outer dimensions. Furthermore, people like Zhao Yufei, who had an ancient bloodline from the outer dimension, would have their bloodline density increase once they entered the ancient, desolate realm of gods. However, this was only limited to ancient bloodlines. Xiao Feng's imperial Dao bloodline didn't change at all after coming here. Whoosh! Xiao Feng arrived in the ancient dream realm. Xiao Feng's beast army in the ancient dream realm was extremely large. Apart from the golden-winged scarlet tigers, sky-fire lightning apes, earth-shattering raging bulls, and earth crystal race, Xiao Feng had also obtained several powerful races that were ranked in the 8,000th of the 10,000 ancient races. The strongest was the Yao Fire Fox race, which was ranked in the 8,000th of the 10,000 ancient races. However, the amount of resources that Xiao Feng needed to nurture such a terrifying beast horde was also very shocking. Continue to expand and attack the Lightning Bat race. Xiao Feng ordered and led several beast horde to attack the next target. Xiao Feng obtained victory once again as the beast horde fought to the death. Moreover, Xiao Feng eliminated a large number of weak, demonic beasts and enslaved a small number of lightning bats. The ancient dream realm might be bigger than I thought. I'm probably still at the edge of the ancient dream realm. After seeing how vast the ancient desolate realm of gods was, Xiao Feng couldn't help but guess. Xiao Feng had a feeling that the ancient dream realm and the ancient desolate realm of gods had some sort of connection. I'll expand my territory bit by bit like this. I won't offend any ancient races that are too powerful. One day, I'll venture deep into the ancient dream realm. Xiao Feng was full of ambition. Just the periphery alone had such rich resources. If one were to enter the inner region or even the center, there would naturally be even more benefits. Whoosh! Xiao Feng took some of the ancient bloodline and fleshed back into the misty spatial world. Every time they fought for territory, large numbers of races would die, and their bodies were precious resources. Master, give me some more precious resources, and I'll be able to recover to the demigod realm. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon walked next to Xiao Feng with an envious expression. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had used up all the resources that Xiao Feng had given it last time. After all, those were just the spoils of war that Xiao Feng had obtained from the mystic light realm and demigods. They weren't very precious. Here's yours. Xiao Feng took out a portion of the flesh and bloodline and gave it to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Xiao Feng didn't need that much by himself. Xiao Feng then looked at Zhao Wang and Zhao Wan. Zhao Wan was still at the peak stages of the mystic light realm, and Xiao Feng told him not to rush to break through. He needed to accumulate his foundation and break through to the high-tier heavenly divine realm. Zhao Wang was still at the late stages of the mystic light realm, the same as Xiao Feng. Furthermore, after they entered the ancient desolate realm of gods, their bloodlines as descendants of the 8 great god eyes had been improved, and the abilities of their eye bloodlines had become even stronger. Adding on the fact that they used ancient resources to cultivate, Their god-eye bloodlines weren't any weaker than the bloodlines of the first 200 ancient races. My eye seems to have changed as well, Zhao Feng murmured. The changes to the ancient dream realm and the god's spiritual eye started to happen after entering the ancient, desolate realm of gods. However, the changes to the ancient dream realm were extremely fast and intense, and they soon ended. On the other hand, the changes to the god's spiritual eye were extremely slow. They were very hard to detect, and they were still changing. Whatever, I'll strengthen my bloodline first. Zhao Feng took out some of the lightning bat race's bloodline and rubbed it on his body. 1. Zhao Feng immediately activated the blood devil sun bloodline. His body instantly turned scarlet red, and a blood-colored sun flame appeared behind him. 1. Zhao Feng used the power of his bloodline to absorb the bloodlines of other ancient races. Bloodlines aren't the same. As long as I keep absorbing the power of other bloodlines, even if they aren't ancient, I can still become stronger and surpass normal ancient bloodlines. This was what Zhao Feng was thinking. At this point in time, the perfect blood devil sun bloodline in Zhao Feng's body had already surpassed the perfect blood devil sun bloodline of the Tai family in the continent zone. Who knew how many ancient bloodlines were mixed into his bloodline? It could be called a mutated blood devil sun bloodline, but Zhao Feng felt that ancient blood devil sun bloodline was better. Just like that, Zhao Feng used a large amount of ancient bloodlines and merged them into his own ancient blood devil sun bloodline to strengthen it. A month later, Zhao Feng's body became even more scarlet red, and there was a hint of red in the depths of his body. The blood devil sun flames burning on Zhao Feng's body became even fiercer and more dominant, and they radiated a thick ancient aura. My bloodline is indeed becoming stronger, but the effect is very weak. Zhao Feng put away the ancient blood devil sun bloodline. After cultivating in seclusion for a long time, Zhao Feng walked out of the hall. There were close to 20 martial arts fields in the blazing fire golden sheep race, and many members and disciples were sparring with each other. After defeating the black-tongued lizard race and obtaining the sky jewel fire ginseng, the blazing fire golden sheep race's morale had increased, and their race was becoming stronger. Senior Zhao. Uncle Qing's voice sounded not far from Zhao Feng's hall. It's been a long time since I've seen Senior. Yu Lin, or his smile was like a flower on the side. Apart from the last time he went to the battlefield, Zhao Feng had been in seclusion most of the time. Therefore, the members of the green jade sheep race almost never saw him. Senior Zhao, we're going to take a look at the exchange spiritual hall and exchange for some resources and items that we need. Lu Yin seemed to be excited and said innocently, "Exchange spiritual hall?" Zhao Feng had noticed this place when he obtained the blazing fire golden sheep race's map, but he didn't look into it. The Exchange Spiritual Hall is a place where all the forces within a certain range work together to exchange for resources. However, there are also many unique trading places inside, and we're planning to exchange some of the items we don't need for cultivation resources. Yu Lin gave a brief introduction to Zhao Feng. She was also very surprised that Zhao Feng, someone from the ancient, desolate realm of gods, didn't know about the Exchange Spiritual Hall. If Zhao Feng came from another dimension, he should be at least a demigod or true god. Oh, I'll go with you and have a look. Zhao Feng was slightly interested in the place that Yulin was talking about. In reality, everything in the ancient, desolate realm of gods was new to Zhao Feng, and he wanted to see everything. Senior Zhao, please. Uncle Qing had a joyful expression as he said, respectfully. The three of them were originally slightly worried about going to the Exchange Spiritual Hall. Although the Exchange Spiritual Hall was the only place in the ancient, desolate realm of gods that was fair, they were still too weak and were afraid. There were a total of 5 Exchange Spiritual Halls in Sky Feather Island. The Exchange Spiritual Hall closest to the blazing fire golden sheep race was controlled by the nearby 4-star blue-eyed ice wolf race. 2 months later, Zhao Feng and the members of the Green Jade Sheep race arrived at the Exchange Spiritual Hall. The Exchange Spiritual Hall before him was enormous and vast. There were all sorts of unique palaces that were connected to each other and towered into the clouds. It was a world of its own. There was a powerful barrier around the Exchange Spiritual Hall that blocked everything. Even true God experts would find it hard to force their way in. The Exchange Spiritual Hall had entrances to the north, south, east, and west. Whoosh, whoosh. All kinds of experts surged toward the Exchange Spiritual Hall from every direction, but most of them came in groups. Senior Zhao, let's go as well. Uncle Qing led Zhao Feng and company toward the entrance. In front of a tall golden door, there were a total of 10 late-stage mystic light realm experts standing guard, and they radiated a powerful aura that intimidated all the experts entering the Exchange Spiritual Hall. These are your tokens. 10 substandard God crystals can only stay in the Exchange Spiritual Hall for 1 day. The guards handed the tokens with numbers on them to the experts that were about to enter. 10 substandard God crystals can only stay for 1 day. The expressions of Uncle Qing and company paused. It was obvious that this was their first time coming to the Exchange Spiritual Hall. The cost was acceptable for late-stage Mystic Light Realm experts, but it was expensive for initial-stage Mystic Light Realm and early-stage Mystic Light Realm experts. However, they were extremely curious about the Exchange Spiritual Hall, and they even brought Zhao Feng with them this time. They were too embarrassed to return, so they could only spend 10 substandard God crystals. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. 10 substandard God crystals was the equivalent of all the wealth of an initial-stage Mystic Light Realm or early-stage Mystic Light Realm expert in the continent zone. The group in front of Zhao Feng's group quickly entered the gate. 20 substandard God crystals to stay for 1 day. The leading guard said coldly as he looked at Zhao Feng and company from the Green Jade Sheep race. Senior, wasn't it 10 substandard God crystals a day? Yulin paused and immediately said, 10 substandard God crystals was expensive even for Yulin, let alone 20. Furthermore, there were 4 of them, which meant that it would cost 80 substandard God crystals to stay for 1 day. If I say it's 20 substandard God crystals a day, then it's 20. The bulky guard unleashed a powerful aura that suppressed the bloodlines and souls of the Green Jade Sheep race's members, causing them to tremble in fear. He could obviously tell that these people were from the Green Jade Sheep race, and the Green Jade Sheep race was only a low-tier 3-star power. There was only 1 early-stage Mystic Light Realm, 1 peak-stage Void God Realm, and 1 Great Origin Core Realm out of the Green Jade Sheep race members in front of him. Although he couldn't see through the cultivation of the last human, it wasn't very strong. He could kill all of these weak ants with a single move. Hee, even a Great Origin Core Realm dares to come here? You're courting death. Hurry up and pay the fee. If you can't take out the substandard God crystals, then fuck off. Behind Zhao Feng's group, many impatient experts began to mock them. Zhao Feng had a calm expression as he took a step forward. Senior Zhao, the people from the Green Jade Sheep race were extremely embarrassed. As expected, even if the Exchange Spiritual Hall was fair, those who were too weak wouldn't be able to receive such fair treatment. Chapter 1154. Brat, what do you want to do? The muscular guard looked at Zhao Feng with disdain. Although Zhao Feng gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through him, how strong could he be if he was with the Green Jade Sheep race? 20. Zhao Feng exclaimed as his expression suddenly changed. He stared at the guard and released a powerful eye bloodline aura from his left eye. The guard who was looking at Zhao Feng instantly felt as if 10,000 bolts of lightning had exploded in his soul. The terrifying pressure almost made him faint. The other guards around the door felt that something was wrong and instantly released the aura of a late-stage Mystic Light Realm. However, in the next instant, dark yellow lightning flashed across Zhao Feng's body, and a terrifying physical force descended. One boom. The 8 guards and all the people in line behind Zhao Feng's group were immobilized by this powerful physical pressure. So strong! Could this be a divine body? Apart from the people from the green jade sheep race, everyone nearby tried their best to struggle against Zhao Feng's physical force. It was as if they wouldn't be able to withstand this pressure with just one thought from Zhao Feng and would fall to the ground. True God, Lord, please show mercy. The muscular guard's expression was filled with shock as he immediately begged for mercy. From his point of view, someone with such terrifying strength could only be a true God expert. Once someone became a true God expert, they would definitely have a 4-star power behind them. Even the blue-eyed ice wolf race wouldn't defend a 4-star power, and he was just a normal member of the blue-eyed ice wolf race. 10 substandard God crystals. 10 a day. The guard immediately changed his words. 10. Zhao Feng repeated these 2 words in a questioning tone. No, 1 is fine. The guard gritted his teeth and said, Who? The terrifying physical force in heaven and earth instantly disappeared. Hurry up and do the paperwork. Zhao Feng casually took out 4 substandard God crystals and said, Yes. The sturdy guard nodded repeatedly. The people at the back of the queue also held their breaths, not daring to breathe too loudly. Fighting was prohibited in the exchange spiritual hall, but they hadn't entered yet. If they angered this true God senior, he could kill them directly and no one would care. After receiving the 4 tokens, Zhao Feng and the others entered the exchange spiritual hall. The interior of the exchange spiritual hall seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. The air was filled with dense heaven-earth yuan qi, and it could be considered a sacred cultivation ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figures of various experts flitted through the air, and there was no lack of small flying beasts and Heaven's legacy race flying tools as well. In his field of vision, there were many buildings of different styles. Some were grand and spectacular, some were elegant and simple, and some were mysterious and quiet. However, there were also many areas with small shops. As long as outsiders paid a certain fee, they could also obtain a small stall. How lively! Lu Yun smiled innocently. This is the message token of the blazing fire golden sheep race. Come find me directly after you're done. Zhao Feng handed a golden red token to Yulin. True God Sky Fire had given these items to Zhao Feng so that it would be easier to communicate with him. Many thanks to Senior Zhao this time. Yulin took the token and disappeared into the crowd with Uncle Qing and Lu Yun. Everyone's needs were different, and Zhao Feng had his own things to do, so he could only temporarily separate from the green jade sheep race. Right at this moment, a commotion came from the entrance that Zhao Feng had just entered. Isn't that Shifeng? The disciple of the Sky Feather Island Lord. It really is Shifeng. I didn't think that he would come here. Nearby, many experts cast their gazes towards the entrance. A handsome human with white skin and a noble and proud expression slowly stepped into the exchange spiritual hall as the guards around him kowtowed. Shifeng, the disciple of the Sky Feather Island Lord. Although he's only a demigod, he has the strength of a rank 1 true god. I heard that he's purposefully suppressing his cultivation so that he can break through to a higher heavenly divine realm. Geniuses are indeed different. For example, when we reach the peak stages of the mystic light realm, we can't take another step forward and can only break through to the heavenly divine realm. Shifeng's appearance attracted the attention and discussion of all the nearby experts. The Sky Feather Island Lord was the ruler of Sky Feather Island, and his disciple, Shifeng, was obviously the focus of everyone's attention. Zhao Feng's gaze also landed on Shifeng. Possessing the strength of a rank 1 true god at the demigod realm was indeed not bad. This is just Sky Feather Island. I wonder how strong the prodigies of Blue Ocean Bay that rule Sky Feather Island are. What about the wider world outside? Zhao Feng had a great desire for the vast, ancient, desolate realm of gods. One had to know that there were several dozen places like Sky Feather Island within Blue Ocean Bay's territory. Based on what the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon said, Blue Ocean Bay was just a small corner of the Gulong Zone. One day, I will fight with the geniuses of the wider world outside of Sky Feather Island. Zhao Feng's heart was filled with fighting spirit as he said softly. Of course, what Zhao Feng wanted to see the most were the geniuses of the descendants of the 8 Great God Eyes, or even the legendary 8 Great God Eyes. However, even after being in the ancient, desolate realm of gods for so long, Zhao Feng still hadn't heard any news about the 8 Great God Eyes. Geniuses who were descendants of the 8 Great God Eyes wouldn't appear at the edges of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. He ignorant. Shi Feng happened to hear what Zhao Feng just said, and he shook his head with a mocking smile. He could easily crush a measly late-stage mystic light realm cultivator with one finger. But this person dared to say that he wanted to fight with the geniuses of the wider world? Shi Feng couldn't help but have a respectful expression when he mentioned the true geniuses of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. He heard from his master, the Sky Feather Island Lord, that the prodigies of peak 4-star powers and even 5-star powers in the Gulong Zone had the battle power of a rank 3 true god at the demigod realm. They were destined to become rank 3 true gods, or even higher when they successfully broke through to the heavenly divine realm. Zhao Feng didn't care about what Shi Feng said and turned to walk into the exchange spiritual hall. Dingxing Auction Hall. Zhao Feng's footsteps paused for a moment when he saw a large auction hall. Originally, he wanted to exchange some of the useless things in his hands for some items and resources that he needed. However, Zhao Feng suddenly remembered that he had obtained 3 substandard god weapons from killing the 3 elders of the black-tongued lizard race. Zhao Feng didn't have any use for these substandard god weapons, so he might be able to sell them for a good price in an auction. After all, most of the people in the exchange spiritual hall were between the early stages and peak stages of the mystic light realm. Demigods could be seen occasionally, but true gods were extremely rare. Substandard god weapons should be able to sell for a good price. Furthermore, with Zhao Feng's current level, the items and resources he needed were all extremely valuable. It would be very hard to find them in normal exchange halls or shops, so an auction hall might be a good choice. Zhao Feng walked into the auction hall. "Sir, are you here to bid or auction items?" At the entrance of the main hall, a maid with a face as delicate as jade asked. "Auction items?" Zhao Feng said calmly. The maid then led Zhao Feng into a secret hall. "Sir, please let me appraise the items you wish to auction." An elder with dark blue eyes and a cold aura said with a faint smile. The auction hall had to ensure the authenticity of the items and appraise the true value of the items. That was the only way to profit from the auction. Whoosh! Zhao Feng waved his hand and took out 3 substandard god weapons of different shapes. 3 substandard god weapons! The elder's eyes lit up. Someone who could take out 3 substandard god weapons at once was definitely not simple. After all, substandard god weapons were extremely precious, even to 4-star powers. The elder then suggested to auction the 3 substandard god weapons separately. That way, they would be able to obtain a higher value. "Let's auction these things as well." Zhao Feng thought for a moment and decided to auction off all the useless herbs in his interspatial dimension. Many of these herbs were things that Zhao Feng had accidentally duplicated too many in the past. Some were spoils of war from the black-tongued lizard race, and some were useless rewards from true god Skyfire. These herbs were too low level for Zhao Feng. Even the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon wouldn't be interested in them. So many! The elder's expression turned to surprise, and then joy appeared on his face. These herbs were all important for late-stage mystic light realms. They weren't very valuable, but the amount was shocking. "Sir, don't worry. Since you are auctioning off so many valuable items at once, you can enter this auction directly. The Dingxing auction hall will definitely give you a satisfactory price. The blue-eyed elder had a warm smile. After sending off Zhao Feng with his eyes, the blue-eyed elder took out a communication token. Keep an eye on this person. He's only a late-stage mystic light realm, but the resources he has are at least equivalent to a true god. The blue-eyed elder revealed a cunning smile. The auction hall was filled with people. Zhao Feng had paid a high price, so he was in a private room. The auction soon started, but the items that were being auctioned were too low level. Zhao Feng didn't pay any attention to them and started to cultivate in his private room. The auction continued. Even if two parties started to hate each other because of the auction, they wouldn't fight in the exchange spiritual hall. The auction soon started to auction off some of Zhao Feng's ancient resources. The auction house split the large amount of resources that Zhao Feng had into several categories so that they could increase the price. 500 substandard god crystals. An arrogant and cold voice sounded from the private room next to Zhao Feng. 600 substandard god crystals. A demigod expert with rough skin and fiery red skin in the front row immediately placed a bid. Isn't that demigod Qin Yuhai of the Scarlet Sun race? Some people recognized Qin Yuhai's identity. The Scarlet Sun race was one of the stronger 4-star races of Sky, Feather Island. You don't know what's good for you. I bid 700 substandard god crystals. A slightly angry voice sounded from the private room next to Zhao Feng. It's Shi Feng, the disciple of the Sky, Feather Island Lord. This time, some of the people present recognized Shi Feng's voice. Qin Yuhai instantly revealed a fearful expression. Young Sir Shi Feng, I didn't know that you needed these resources as well. I'll personally hand these 100 substandard god crystals to you later, Qin Yuhai said with an apologetic tone. After Shi Feng's identity was revealed, no one else bid. Some of Zhao Feng's resources were then bought by Shi Feng for 600 substandard god crystals. However, what Zhao Feng didn't expect was that some of Zhao Feng's items were also bought by Shi Feng at an extremely low price. The other items were bought by many experts with prices that far exceeded Zhao Feng's expectations. The next item is the Golden Source Oregon. This ore contains extremely pure metal elemental energy and is a necessary or for crafting substandard god artifacts. Furthermore, the quality of this golden source ore is extremely high. Zhao Feng, who was in seclusion, opened his eyes. At this point in the auction, an item that Zhao Feng needed finally appeared. The golden source ore starts at 500 substandard god crystals. The auction begins. The host of the auction said with a smile, 1,000 substandard god crystals. As soon as the host of the auction finished speaking, Zhao Feng, who was in the private room next to Shi Feng, spoke indifferently. How generous! Directly increasing the price by 500 substandard god crystals. This golden source ore is so big, it's definitely worth this price. Some people in the auction discussed. 100 and 100 substandard god crystals. A master refiner thought for a moment before speaking. 2,000 substandard god crystals. A calm voice sounded again from the private room next to Shi Feng. This time, the entire auction was completely silent. The reason was naturally because Zhao Feng's increase in price was too crazy. The first time, he directly increased the price to 1,000 substandard god crystals, and the second time he increased it to 2,000 substandard god crystals. Some people even thought that if there were still people competing, the person in the private room would directly increase the price to 3,000 substandard god crystals. Chapter 1155. Who is this person? He actually spent so many substandard god crystals to bid for the golden source mine. 2,000 substandard god crystals. Normal demigods wouldn't be able to take out so many substandard god crystals. Everyone guessed that the person in the private room was an elder from a powerful 4-star force in Sky, Feather Island. Even Shi Feng was curious as to who the person in the private room next to him was. 2,000 substandard god crystals far exceeded the value of the golden source mine, so no one fought for it. The golden source mine was successfully obtained by Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng bid for this golden source mine for his future cultivation of the metal of wind lightning. I have a substandard god crystal mine in the ancient dream realm. 2,000 substandard god crystals is a piece of cake. Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile. A substandard god crystal mine was equivalent to half of a low-level 4-star force's wealth. From this, one could see how wealthy Zhao Feng was. Furthermore, the powerful earth crystal race could also produce substandard god crystals for Zhao Feng. A few more precious items were obtained by Zhao Feng at an extremely high price. At this moment, Zhao Feng's attention wasn't any weaker than the Sky Feather Island Lord's disciple, Shifeng. One had to know that Zhao Feng had used more than 10,000 substandard god crystals. Only a true god expert could take out so many substandard god crystals. You are really bold. After the auction ends, Shifeng would like to make friends with you. At this moment, Shifeng's voice came from the private room next to Zhao Feng. The auction instantly quietened down. Now that Shifeng wanted to make friends with this mysterious expert, the other party would definitely tell him his name. They really wanted to know who exactly this wealthy expert was. However, after waiting for a long time, no sound came from the private room next to Shifeng. Although Zhao Feng didn't have a good impression of Shifeng, he didn't mind making friends with the other party. After all, Shifeng was the Sky Feather Island Lord's disciple. If Zhao Feng wanted to leave Sky Feather Island, he would need to use the teleportation array controlled by the Sky Feather Island Lord. However, Zhao Feng was too ostentatious just now. If his identity was exposed, he would be targeted by almost all the experts here. Zhao Feng naturally wouldn't provoke trouble that he could avoid. Therefore, Zhao Feng chose to remain silent. This person, Shifeng was slightly angered. The other party didn't say anything. Naturally, he didn't want to make friends with him. He was the disciple of the Sky Feather Island Lord, so even if the other party was a true god powerhouse, they still had to give him some face. But now, the other party wasn't in a hurry to give him a reply, completely ignoring him. This was completely humiliating him in front of everyone present. The next item to be auctioned is a substandard god artifact. At this moment, the host of the auction broke the silence. The auction continued, and the appearance of the demigod artifact practically raised the climax of the auction. However, none of these items attracted Zhao Feng's attention. At the end of the auction was a treasure that could increase the probability of breaking through to the heavenly realm. However, Zhao Feng already had full confidence in breaking through to the heavenly realm. The main problem was which rank of true god he wanted to break through to. Therefore, Zhao Feng didn't participate in the auction of such a treasure. After the auction ended, Zhao Feng went to the interior of Dingxing Auction House and took away some substandard god crystals and the items he had obtained from the auction. Although the items that Zhao Feng auctioned off were extremely high, the items that Zhao Feng auctioned off earned more primordial crystal stones. After leaving Dingxing Auction House, Zhao Feng continued to wander around the exchange spiritual hall. Zhao Feng walked into a few places that traded weapons, but he didn't find a weapon that was suitable for him. This was because the bow was an unpopular weapon. Even if it was auctioned off in an auction, its price would be much lower than other weapons. Suddenly, Zhao Feng smelled a fragrant aroma of meat and wine. Apart from that, there was also the sound of lively conversation. Celestial Pearl Tower. Zhao Feng's gaze turned toward this ancient-looking building. The size of the tower wasn't any smaller than the Dingxing Auction House. From this, one could tell that the restaurant was extremely famous. When a martial artist cultivated, they absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth and didn't need to eat. For such a restaurant to be so crowded, there must be something special about it. Let's go in and take a look. Zhao Feng was slightly interested. After entering, Zhao Feng found an empty seat and sat down. "What would you like, sir?" A rather short and cute waiter with a cat on his head asked passionately. He waved his hand in the air and a light screen appeared. There were many dishes and prices on it. It was Zhao Feng's first time here, so he didn't know much about the things on the screen. Hence, he ordered a few dishes. "All right, mister, please wait a moment." The waiter was delighted. The customer had ordered the delicacies of the Celestial Pearl Tower, which were expensive. Ordinary people couldn't afford them. The food here seems to be made from heaven and earth resources and the flesh of rare beasts. Zhao Feng's eyes inspected the wine and meat on the tables of the other guests. Interesting. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. The path of cultivation was filled with dangers and difficulties. Occasionally enjoying it and relaxing one's mental state could be beneficial. Furthermore, the food here was extremely nourishing. While they were enjoying the delicacies, they could also advance their cultivation. So why not? Zhao Feng's food soon arrived. Without saying anything else, Zhao Feng started to taste the food here. Meow meow. With a flash of silver, the little thieving cat appeared on the table. It really is a gluttonous cat. Zhao Feng was slightly speechless. Ever since entering the ancient, desolate realm of gods, the little thieving cat had been in seclusion and rarely interacted with Zhao Feng. However, at this moment, the little thieving cat jumped out and looked extremely hungry. After carefully inspecting the little thieving cat, Zhao Feng revealed a surprised expression. At this moment, the little thieving cat had already broken through to the demigod realm, and its foundation was extremely stable. "This thieving cat has surpassed me in an instant," Zhao Feng murmured. "Meow meow." The little thieving cat gestured at Zhao Feng and extended its paws. "You need a large amount of resources to break through to the heavenly divine realm." Zhao Feng was surprised. It had just reached the demigod realm, and it was already preparing to break through to the heavenly divine realm? What kind of monster was this cat? However, Zhao Feng didn't have enough resources to satisfy the little thieving cat. Furthermore, the resources that the little thieving cat needed were extremely precious. At the moment, Zhao Feng couldn't provide them at all. Meow meow. The little thieving cat sighed and revealed a mocking expression. Zhao Feng was speechless. The little thieving cat meant that without resources, it could only wait until Zhao Feng's cultivation caught up. "Hurry up and eat. Stuff your mouth." Zhao Feng said disdainfully and unhappily. "Have you heard that the wild, ancient secret dimension that only opens once every 10,000 years seems to be showing signs and might open early?" "How is that possible? It's only been 1,000 years since the last time the wild, ancient secret dimension opened." Apart from tasting delicacies, the St. Pearl Tower was also a place for the experts of the various forces to talk. The wild, ancient secret dimension was a famous secret dimension in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. It opened once every 10,000 years, and it had never changed since the ancient, desolate realm of gods was created. The origin of the wild, ancient mystic dimension was even more confusing. Legends said that at the beginning of chaos, there was only one wild continent. It was vast and endless. One day, an unprecedented battle between gods and demons occurred on the wasteland continent, causing the boundless wasteland continent to shatter. The world of primal chaos was further developed, forming the current fan universe. The shattered wasteland continent turned into trillions of dust and fragments that scattered throughout the fan universe. The ancient desolate realm of gods was the largest piece of land left behind when the wild continent shattered. Legends said that the wild ancient secret dimension was a piece of land that was left behind after the wild continent shattered. However, this piece of land hadn't been excavated yet, so the living beings there still maintain the appearance of the ancient era. The resources there were extremely rich, and there might even be the inheritances of powerful gods and demons from the ancient era. AI, there's no point in saying so much. The wild, ancient, secret dimension has nothing to do with us. Those that can enter are at least 4.5 star forces. Sighs filled the St. Pearl Tower. Everyone present had only heard of the wild, ancient, secret dimension, but they had never seen it before. A 4.5 star force needed an ancient god. An ancient god was a rank 7 true god. An entire Sky Feather Island didn't have a single ancient god. Only 4.5 star forces can enter the wild, ancient, secret dimension. Zhao Feng was stunned. He didn't think that he would hear this kind of news here. Only 4.5 star forces can enter. This means that the secret dimension is controlled by the 5 star forces of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Zhao Feng's heart shook. A 4.5 star force needed an ancient god. But what about a 5 star force? What kind of heaven-defying expert would there be? Thinking up to there, Zhao Feng felt that he was as insignificant as an ant in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. The number 1 secret dimension in the ancient, desolate realm of gods is not fated with me. Zhao Feng shook his head with slight regret. Only the ruler of Blue Ocean Bay, the Golden Jade race, could be considered a 4.5 star force. With Zhao Feng's current strength, he couldn't even come into contact with the Golden Jade race, let alone obtain such a precious spot. Therefore, Zhao Feng gave up on this thought and focused on cultivating. In the future, he would return to the ancient, desolate realm of gods to see the bigger land. Ha ha ha, there's no need to be so sad. At this moment, a male in white and a middle-aged man with scarlet-red skin walked into the St. Pearl Tower. Young Sir Shifeng is also here. I'll pay for all of young Sir Shifeng's expenses today. The experts of the Deity Pearl Tower immediately went up to him and fawned on him. The scarlet-red skin male, next to Shifeng, was Qin Yuhai from the auction. This time, my master, the Sky Feather Island Lord, will send me to the Golden Jade race. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to enter the wild, ancient, secret dimension. A smug smile appeared on Shifeng's handsome face. This was indeed the case. The Sky Feather Island Lord was prepared to send Shifeng to the Golden Jade race. But Shifeng wasn't confident that he would be able to obtain that precious spot. Right now, he only hoped that the wild, ancient, secret dimension would open a bit later. This way, he would have more time to prepare and compete with the prodigies of the Golden Jade race for a spot. Young Sir Shifeng is very lucky. I didn't think that young Sir Shifeng would be able to represent Sky Feather Island and enter the number 1 secret dimension in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Hearing this, everyone chatted with young Sir Shifeng even more enthusiastically. Shifeng and Qin Yuhai's gazes swept across the entire St. Pearl Tower and found that all the tables were occupied. Shifeng suddenly walked in Zhao Feng's direction. Brother, do you mind if my friend and I sit here? Shifeng's warm expression contained a hint of coldness. In reality, his meaning was extremely obvious. He wanted Zhao Feng to leave. Of course, he chose Zhao Feng's seat because Zhao Feng was the only one at this table, and the other tables all had 3 or more. Furthermore, Shifeng had heard Zhao Feng say big words before entering the exchange spiritual hall, so he had some impression of Zhao Feng. Young Sir Shifeng, why waste words with him? Qin Yuhai's expression darkened as he glared angrily at Zhao Feng. A measly late-stage mystic light realm cultivator was nothing in his eyes. Right at this moment, Zhao Feng stood up. There's no need. I've already eaten. This seat will be given to young Sir Shifeng. Zhao Feng picked up the little thieving cat and left. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Qin Yuhai harumphed angrily before saying with a smile, Young Sir Shifeng, please sit. This meal will be on me as an apology. However, Shifeng was dazed, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his handsome face. This person's voice is somewhat familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Shifeng suddenly remembered the cold voice that kept calling out high prices in the private room next to him in the auction house. Chapter 1156. After leaving the St. Pearl Tower, Zhao Feng left through the northern gate of the exchange spiritual hall. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the distance. I didn't come for nothing this time. I learned such important news and tasted the food of the St. Pearl Tower. A smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. Meow meow. The little thieving cat agreed and said that the food of the St. Pearl Tower was very good. It told Zhao Feng to go there more often. Okay, we'll go again next time if we have the chance. Zhao Feng agreed to the little thieving cat's request. Humph, you probably won't have the chance in the future. The next instant, a cold voice sounded from the forest several thousand miles behind Zhao Feng. Whoosh! A golden arrow of light shot toward Zhao Feng like a bolt of lightning, carrying with it an icy aura. Pung! The golden light exploded, and a layer of dazzling golden storm spread out in all directions. As expected of Senior Lu Wei, his arrow never misses. Senior Lu Wei, this arrow should be enough to kill him. We don't even need to do anything. The upper echelon of the race overestimated this brat. In the depths of the forest, 2 peak mystic light realm experts, next to the cold-faced Lu Wei, laughed. All 3 of them had the same physical characteristics. They all had a pair of blue eyes and faint white fur that radiated a cold aura. One boom. Right at this moment, the golden storm in the distance suddenly exploded. A tall youth stood within it. His skin was covered in a layer of dark yellow lines that flashed with white gold lightning. Looks like this person cultivates a body-strengthening technique. As expected, he's not simple. Attack together and kill him. The 2 peak stage Mystic Light, Realm Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race members appeared and jumped out of the forest. Only Lu Wei was slightly slow, and he looked at Zhao Feng in confusion. However, his race had already charged out, and Lu Wei's gaze became grim as he raised the golden bow in his hand. Wang, a golden arrow condensed and shot out with a whoosh. I didn't come here for nothing. I've already left the exchange spiritual hall, but the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf tribe still wants to give me a gift. Then I won't be polite. Zhao Feng laughed as he circulated his sacred lightning body and went forward to meet them. Shameless boasting. A member of the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race couldn't help but mock Zhao Feng's arrogance. However, in the next moment, a dark yellow bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in front of him. An incomparably terrifying gravity lightning bolt suddenly struck down. Boom! Under the pressure of Zhao Feng's physical strength, the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race member's body was charred black and fell to the ground. Sky-shattering sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng circulated the fire of wind lightning and mixed it with a wisp of god power. Then he attacked. Boom, boom, boom. That palm was like a 5-finger mountain that smashed into the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race member's body, completely shattering his body and soul. On the other side, the White-Eyed Ice Wolf race member was dazed as his legs started to tremble. How was it possible to instantly kill a peak Mystic Light realm expert? How could a late-stage Mystic Light realm do that? The only possibility he could think of was that this youth in front of him was a true god expert, but he was hiding his true cultivation, this person's strength. In the distance, Lu Wei's expression suddenly changed as fear appeared on his face. He felt a sense of pressure and danger when Zhao Feng displayed his true strength. Run. This was the first thought that appeared in Lu Wei's mind. Whoosh! Lu Wei turned into a streak of cold light and sped into the distance. As long as I return to the exchange spiritual hall, this person won't dare to attack me. A trace of calmness gradually appeared on Lu Wei's panicked face. Wang, a pair of scarlet wings of lightning, spread behind Zhao Feng's back. Whoosh! Zhao Feng used the lightning wings flying technique and charged toward Lu Wei. He's going after Lu Wei. The Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race member instantly let out a breath when he saw Zhao Feng chase after Lu Wei. However, in the next instant, a silver-gray line flashed in front of him. Whoosh! A ripple of darkness flashed by, and the blue-eyed ice wolf race member's body was sliced in half along with his soul. How is this possible? This spiritual pet. The blue-eyed ice wolf race member had a stunned expression. He didn't expect that he would be killed by a spiritual pet. Maybe his master didn't want to do anything to him. Plop! The body that was sliced in half fell to the ground. Meow meow. Zhao Feng put away the short black blade and the interspatial dimension at the same time. Lightning wings, spatial flash. Zhao Feng used a spatial technique and instantly caught up to Lu Wei. Senior, please spare me. I was forced to do this under the orders of my family. Lu Wei immediately begged for mercy when he felt the pressure from behind him. Although he was a demigod, he specialized in concealment, assassination, and sneak attacks. Once an enemy got close, his battle power would drop dramatically. On the other hand, Zhao Feng primarily cultivated the Tao of lightning and a profound body-strengthening technique. He was the perfect combination for close-quarters combat. At this moment, Zhao Feng's speed was faster than his, so Lu Wei didn't have any chance of winning at all. I only know that you wanted to kill me just now. I won't show mercy to someone who wants to kill me. Zhao Feng smiled in disdain. When killing others, one had to be prepared to be killed. Wind, lightning, eye flame. A ball of purple and gold lightning flames appeared in Zhao Feng's left eye, and it was accompanied by a powerful undulation of eye bloodline power. Boom! Lu Wei screamed as he was fatally attacked by Zhao Feng's soul eye bloodline technique, and he was unable to continue running. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng circulated the fire of wind lightning and used a surge of divine power to unleash a sacred lightning palm at Lu Wei. Boom! Pum! Pum! Lu Wei's figure was pushed back several miles before turning into dust under the terrifying power of God Tribulation Lightning. The sacred lightning body has merged with the power of God Tribulation Lightning, so the power of the sky-destroying sacred lightning palm has become even stronger. Zhao Feng revealed a joyful expression when he felt the power of the palm just now. Zhao Feng's current strength was comparable to a rank 1 true god, both in terms of offense and defense. Zhao Feng didn't leave after killing Lu Wei. Instead, he stood there. Everything within 10,000 miles became silent, as if everything had frozen. Illusionary soul charge. Zhao Feng's eyes suddenly locked onto a certain place almost 10,000 miles away. Wong boom! A purplish gold illusory mist pierced through the forest. Whoosh! A blood-red flame shot into the sky and quickly flew toward the exchange spiritual hall. This person was completely scarlet red, and he was covered in flames. It was Chun Yuhai of the Scarlet Sun race. Senior, please spare me. I just happened to pass by here. I don't have any other intentions. Chun Yuhai said as he flew away. In reality, it was Shi Feng who told him to follow Zhao Feng and take care of him. However, when he was following Zhao Feng, he realized that the members of the blue-eyed ice wolf race were also preparing to assassinate Zhao Feng, so he hid in the shadows with the mentality of watching a good show. As long as Zhao Feng died, his mission would be considered complete. He didn't expect that Zhao Feng would kill all the members of the blue-eyed ice wolf race in the blink of an eye. Although Chun Yuhai was slightly stronger than Lu Wei, he wasn't a match for Zhao Feng. What a coincidence! You've been following me this entire time. Zhao Feng's mocking voice came from behind. Chun Yuhai instantly smiled bitterly. It turned out that Zhao Feng had already discovered him and the members of the blue-eyed ice wolf race. Even if it's a coincidence, I still need to silence you. Zhao Feng's expression turned cold. He had discovered all the people following him early on, so he directly left the exchange spiritual hall after coming down from the St. Pearl Tower in order to get rid of all these troubles. Furthermore, Zhao Feng was also very glad that Shi Feng hadn't followed him. With Zhao Feng's strength and his various trump cards, he could kill Shi Feng, but Zhao Feng really couldn't afford to offend the Sky Feather Island Lord behind Shi Feng. Wind, lightning, eye flame. Zhao Feng directly used a soul eye bloodline technique after closing the distance between him and Chen Yuhai. Boom! A ball of purple gold lightning fire exploded in Chen Yuhai's head. However, Chen Yuhai's soul intent was slightly stronger, so he could still resist for a while. Most importantly, Chen Yuhai had found a place to live, the Exchange Spiritual Hall not far away. Once he entered the Exchange Spiritual Hall, no one in Sky Feather Island would dare to kill him unless it was the Sky Feather Island Lord. Outside the Exchange Spiritual Hall, many experts of different races were lining up to enter. Rumble. The sound of battle sounded in the distance, and a terrifying pressure of fire and lightning descended. Isn't that Senior Chen Yuhai from the Scarlet Sun race? A late-stage mystic light, realm non-human expert exclaimed. Senior Chen Yuhai seems to be being chased. Which race's expert is chasing after Senior Chen Yuhai? It wasn't just the people lining up. Even the guards of the blue-eyed ice wolf race looked into the distance with surprise. The Scarlet Sun race was also a 4-star power. Although it wasn't as strong as the blue-eyed ice wolf race, it was ranked in the top 10 of the 4-star powers of Sky Feather Island. Sky Penetrating Finger. Zhao Feng released the power of the 10,000 ancient races bloodline in his index finger and merged it with the power of wind lightning. Whoosh! A scarlet golden bolt of lightning flashed through the air and pierced through Chen Yuhai's head. Whoosh! The scarlet golden bolt of lightning continued forward and instantly killed a weakling from another race that was lining up to enter the Exchange Spiritual Hall. 1. Zhao Feng instantly appeared in the air above Chen Yuhai and released a powerful soul attack of God Tribulation Lightning. Chen Yuhai's weak soul that was just about to escape was instantly shattered. With a thought, Zhao Feng put away his interspatial dimension. SII. Everyone became dead silent. All the experts at the entrance of the Exchange Spiritual Hall were dazed. The second elder of the Scarlet Sun race, Chen Yuhai, was killed so easily. Who was that golden-haired youth? Zhao Feng didn't bother with this group of people. He took out a message token and said, I'm outside the Exchange Spiritual Hall. Just come out. A streak of gray and silver flashed by, and the little thieving cat appeared on Zhao Feng's shoulder. Those from the green jade sheep race then came out from the entrance. What's going on? Uncle Qing felt that the atmosphere wasn't right when he came out, but he didn't think too much about it. Let's go. Zhao Feng circulated his intent and covered the bodies of those from the green jade sheep race. 1. A surge of divine power entered the misty spatial world. Whoosh! Everyone's figures started to disappear in a flash of silver. Who is that person? How could he kill Chen Yuhai so easily? Could that be a spatial treasure? The work at the entrance slowly returned to normal after Zhao Feng and company left. Within the blazing fire golden sheep race, next to Zhao Feng's hall, Wang Shuo, a layer of silver appeared in the air, and the figures of Zhao Feng and those from the green jade sheep race slowly appeared. That's a spatial treasure. Uncle Qing was stunned. Such a treasure was even more valuable than substandard god weapons or divine weapons of the same quality. Senior Zhao will be leaving now. Those from the green jade sheep race didn't dare to disturb Zhao Feng any longer. What a big expenditure. Zhao Feng lightly said a few words. Zhao Feng still used a lot of divine power to teleport. The cultivation of the 3 from the green jade sheep race was low, so it was negligible. More importantly, the structure of space in the ancient, desolate realm of gods was different from the continent zone, so the expenditure was higher. If they were in the continent zone, Zhao Feng could use his divine power to activate the misty spatial world and teleport them several times further. With a thought, Zhao Feng took out a message token. Little friend Zhao Feng, come here. I have something to discuss with you. True God Sky, Fire's voice sounded. Chapter 1157. Zhao Feng went to where true God Skyfire was in seclusion, and First Elder was there as well. "Patriarch, why are you looking for me?" Zhao Feng asked. He had just returned to the blazing fire golden sheep race when true God Sky Fire sent him a message. From this, one could see that true God Sky Fire had been paying attention to Zhao Feng and was waiting for him to return. Therefore, true God Sky Fire definitely had something important to discuss with Zhao Feng. "Little friend Zhao, what do you think about the Exchange Spiritual Hall?" First Elder revealed a faint smile and was the first to speak. "Exchange Spiritual Hall?" Zhao Feng paused for a moment. He thought that First Elder knew that he had gone to the Exchange Spiritual Hall after leaving the blazing fire golden sheep race. However, from Zhao Feng's point of view, the Exchange Spiritual Hall was a very good and prosperous place in the vast, ancient, desolate realm of gods. Only that place had some fairness. Whether it was experts that were hiding from their enemies or traveling alone, they would often go to the Exchange Spiritual Hall. Little friend Zhao should know that the controller of the Exchange Spiritual Hall is the blue-eyed ice wolf race, right? First Elder continued. "I know. Most of the guards of the Exchange Spiritual Hall were members of the blue-eyed ice wolf race. How could Zhao Feng not know this? Furthermore, when Zhao Feng went to the auction Spiritual Hall to sell something, the blue-eyed ice wolf race secretly sent people to assassinate him. Zhao Feng wouldn't forget this so easily. In the future, when Zhao Feng was strong enough, he would definitely teach the blue-eyed ice wolf race a lesson. In reality, the controller of the Exchange Spiritual Hall isn't fixed. Every 1,000 years, there will be an Exchange Spiritual Hall battle to decide the controller of the Exchange Spiritual Hall. There's only 1 year left until the Exchange Spiritual Hall battle. True God Sky Fire spoke at this moment. At that moment, real God Sky Fire spoke. He originally thought that Zhao Feng would know what his goal was after the Great Elder had said so much. However, Zhao Feng still looked confused. Zhao Feng paused for a moment. He had never heard of the Exchange Spiritual Hall battle before. "Patriarch, you mean for me to represent the blazing fire golden sheep race and fight for the Exchange Spiritual Hall?" At that moment, Zhao Feng instantly understood real God Tianhua and Great Elder's intentions. However, Zhao Feng was also shocked by the blazing fire golden sheep race's appetite. The blazing fire golden sheep race was one of the weakest 4-star factions in Sky Feather Island, but they actually wanted to dip their fingers into this fat piece of meat. That's right. Real God Sky Fire gave an awkward smile. He also suspected that Zhao Feng was a being from the ancient desolate realm of gods and didn't even know this. "Little friend Zhao has been to the Exchange Spiritual Hall, so you should know just how much profit such a place can make in 1,000 years. Also, if the blazing fire golden sheep race controls the Exchange Spiritual Hall, little friend Zhao will be able to exercise some special privileges." Real God Sky Fire immediately tempted him with benefits. In addition, everyone participating in the Exchange Spiritual Hall competition is below the demigod realm. With little friend Zhao's strength, there shouldn't be a problem. At this moment, the Great Elder spoke slowly, echoing real God Tianhua's words to entice Zhao Feng. Sky Feather Island was a 4-star faction, and true God experts were the peak experts of the faction. If a true God expert participated in the competition for the Exchange Spiritual Hall and was injured or severely injured, the faction might fall into danger. After all, there were conflicts between the factions of Sky Feather Island. Once a race fell into a disadvantageous position, they might immediately be attacked by enemies. Thus, Sky Feather Island set a rule that only experts below the true God level could compete for the Exchange Spiritual Hall. There was no age limit. From true God Sky Fire's point of view, Zhao Feng's strength was almost invincible against those below the true God level. Apart from the Sky Feather Island Lord's disciple, Shifeng, he probably wouldn't meet a match. Obtaining an Exchange Spiritual Hall definitely wouldn't be a problem. I'm very interested in the exchange spiritual hall and can agree to it, but Zhao Feng spoke slowly, causing True God Sky Fire and the Great Elder's hearts to jump to their throats. However, I want 60% of the total profits from the exchange spiritual hall. Zhao Feng's words almost caused True God Sky Fire to jump out of his seat. Zhao Feng wanted 60% of the profits, while the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep Race, a massive 4-star faction, only wanted 40%. Zhao Feng was asking for an exorbitant price. The Great Elder was stunned on the spot and looked at Zhao Feng in shock. He didn't expect Zhao Feng to give such a terrifying condition. This 60% isn't just my reward for fighting for the exchange spiritual hall. Zhao Feng's expression turned cold as he spoke. The expressions of True God Sky Fire and the Great Elder instantly returned to normal. They naturally understood the meaning behind Zhao Feng's words. The Blazing Fire Golden Sheep Race only had one true God expert. Even if they obtained the exchange spiritual hall, they wouldn't have the ability to protect it. Instead, it would bring about the destruction of their race. For example, the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race, which was ranked 4th in Sky Feather Island, had 3 true God experts and could easily destroy the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race. However, it was very likely that Zhao Feng's strength had reached the level of a rank 1 true God. As long as Zhao Feng was willing to help them, the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race would have the battle power of 2 true God experts, and they would be able to rank in the top 10 of Sky Feather Island. In reality, this was what True God Sky Fire and the Great Elder were worried about at the start. Otherwise, they would have made this request a long time ago after seeing Zhao Feng's strength. They just didn't expect Zhao Feng to think so clearly at such a young age. This old man can promise little friend Zhao this. Little friend Zhao, when you break through to the heavenly divine realm in the future, don't forget about the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race. True God Sky Fire hesitated for a moment before agreeing. From his point of view, since Zhao Feng had a divine body, he should be able to break through at any time and break through to the heavenly divine realm. However, Zhao Feng was suppressing his cultivation and consolidating his strength so that he could break through to a higher heavenly divine realm. If Zhao Feng reached the demigod realm, he would obtain a dazzling title, quasi-god. In the ancient desolate realm of gods, there were peerless geniuses that could break through to the heavenly divine realm at any time after reaching the demigod realm. They even had 100% chance of success, but they suppressed their cultivation and accumulated their strength so that they could break through to a higher heavenly divine realm. These peerless geniuses had the terrifying strength of rank 1, rank 2, and even rank 3 true gods at the demigod realm. For such geniuses, it was somewhat inappropriate to call them demigods, so people called them quasi-gods. From True God Sky Fire's point of view, once Zhao Feng reached the demigod realm, he would obtain the title of quasi-god. He obviously wanted to rope in such a peerless genius. Once Zhao Feng broke through to the heavenly divine realm, he might even be able to obtain a second-tier heavenly divine realm. That's great. When the competition for the exchange spiritual hall starts, Patriarch can inform me directly. Seeing that True God Skyfire had agreed, Zhao Feng bid farewell and left. The competition for the exchange spiritual hall was for experts below the True God realm, so it wasn't a challenge for Zhao Feng at all. Thinking back to when True God Tian Fa had descended to the continent zone and suppressed his cultivation, he had fought against nearly 20 demigods and dozens of sacred kings alone. How domineering was that? Although the experts in the ancient desolate realm of gods were stronger than those in the continent zone, with Zhao Feng's strength as a rank 1 true god, he would be able to easily deal with 7 or 8 powerful demigods at the same time. How could Zhao Feng reject an opportunity where there was no danger and he could obtain a large amount of resources? After returning to his own hall, Zhao Feng went into seclusion. In the St. Pearl Tower, Zhao Feng heard about the other powerful forces and the wild, ancient, secret dimension. This stimulated Zhao Feng's desire to become stronger. The entire Sky Feather Island didn't have the right to enter the wild, ancient, secret dimension. Only the Golden Jade race had the right to do so in the entire Blue Ocean Bay. There were also 4.5 star forces, peak 4 star forces, and the legendary 5 star forces in an even wider area. Only when I'm strong will I be able to see the glory of the entire ancient, desolate realm of gods. Zhao Feng's gaze was extremely determined. The power of his soul became purer and more condensed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Large amounts of earth, wind, and lightning resources appeared in front of Zhao Feng. After circulating the 5 elemental wind lightning technique, Zhao Feng absorbed the elemental power like crazy. At the same time, Zhao Feng multitasked and comprehended the divine forming technique, the wind lightning raging finger, the golden Kuin sacred lightning body, and strengthening his ancient blood devil sun bloodline. On a certain day, the power of the earth of wind lightning around Zhao Feng suddenly started to rampage, and the aura from Zhao Feng's body rose to another level. This was the sign of the earth of wind lightning breaking through to the peak stages of the 5 elemental wind lightning technique. This was a small bottleneck that had stopped Zhao Feng for a long time. Logically speaking, Zhao Feng's cultivation should have reached the peak stages of the mystic light realm if he only cultivated the earth of wind lightning to the peak stages. However, at this moment, Zhao Feng managed to break through the earth of wind lightning, even though he was suppressing his cultivation. Zhao Feng didn't stop after breaking through the bottleneck. He immediately took out many more resources and continued to cultivate the earth of wind lightning. 1 month later, with the accumulation of resources, Zhao Feng's earth of wind lightning advanced to the next level. The earth of wind lightning had reached the peak stages, and Zhao Feng's foundation was extremely stable. Zhao Feng would be able to break through to the 10th level of the metal of wind lightning soon. However, Zhao Feng wanted to increase his strength as much as possible in order to break through to a higher level of the heavenly divine realm. Therefore, he still spent a lot of ancient resources to consolidate the earth of wind lightning. On this day, within the forbidden grounds of the blazing fire golden sheep race, True God Sky Fire's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly opened his eyes in shock. He took out his communication token and sent out a message before flying out. The sky in the distance had turned fiery red, as if the sky itself was burning. A surge of fiery red light with a terrifying pressure descended upon the blazing fire golden sheep race. The leader of the blazing fire golden sheep race was covered in scarlet flames and radiated a shocking scarlet light. He was like a scarlet sun that attracted everyone's attention. Heavenly flame, come out! The elder suddenly roared, and a wave of heat surged toward the blazing fire golden sheep race as if it wanted to melt everything. Right at this moment, True God Skyfire and the 5 elders charged out. Whoosh! True God Skyfire waved his hand, and a scarlet golden flame shot out and extinguished the elders' terrifying flames. True God Sunfire, why are you doing this? The Skyfire True Body looked at True God Sunfire with a grim expression. True God Sunfire was the patriarch of the Scarlet Sun race. At this moment, he was leading another True God expert and most of the upper echelon experts of the race toward the blazing fire golden sheep race. The Scarlet Sun race was in the top 10 of the 4-star factions of Sky Feather Island. It wasn't something that the blazing fire golden sheep race could fight against. True God Sky Fire, hand over Zhao Feng, or else today won't end. True God Sunfire had a cold gaze and a condescending expression. He didn't put True God Sky Fire in his eyes at all. He believed that the measly blazing fire golden sheep race would obediently hand over the human called Zhao Feng. Chapter 1158. Senior Zhao. The expressions of all the members of the blazing fire golden sheep race changed. They didn't expect the Scarlet Sun race to come for Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng! Real God Sky, Fire frowned. During this period of time, Zhao Feng had only been to the Exchange Spiritual Hall once. This meant that Zhao Feng must have offended someone from the Scarlet Sun clan in the Exchange Spiritual Hall. If it was in the past, True God Sky, Fire might have handed over Zhao Feng under the threat of the Scarlet Sun race. After all, the Scarlet Sun race was a powerful 4-star power of Sky Feather Island, and the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race was only one of the weakest 4-star powers here. The Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race would definitely suffer if they fought head-on. However, Zhao Feng had just agreed to Real God Tianhua's request to participate in the fight for the Exchange Spiritual Hall. Once they handed over Zhao Feng, the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race would lose a chance to rise again. They would probably be stuck at the bottom of Sky Feather Island forever. Patriarch, we don't know what heinous crimes this Zhao Feng has committed. Hand him over so that we can avoid a disaster for our tribe. Second Elder Celio Han's eyes flashed with a cold light as he immediately said to the Patriarch, Patriarch, please put the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race first. The third elder immediately agreed. Quickly hand it over. In the crimson sky far away, a middle-aged man next to Real God Yen scoffed coldly, impatiently. This person was the Scarlet Sun clan's Real God Giant Flame, who had just ascended a few thousand years ago. It was because of his appearance that the Scarlet Sun clan rose from the bottom 4-star force to the middle class. Zhao Feng is my clan's honored guest. If I hand him over now, how will the other people of Sky Feather Island look at me in the future? Real God Tianhua's eyes shot a sharp light and his aura rose to another level. The upper echelon of the Scarlet Sun race gazed down at the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race with shock. It was obvious that no one had expected Real God Sky Fire to refuse. Patriarch, Zhao Feng is just an outsider. How can you ignore the safety of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race for him? Second Elder C. Liuhan's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with shock. Shut up! Real God Tianhua roared fiercely and interrupted C. Liuhan's words. Real God Tianhua had naturally thought about it carefully before making such a decision. As long as Zhao Feng had the strength to fight back against a rank 1 true god, they would be able to survive this crisis. Once they took over the Exchange Spiritual Hall, the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race would be able to quickly rise. The key to protecting the Exchange Spiritual Hall was still Zhao Feng. True God Sky, Fire had bet everything on Zhao Feng. If he was right, the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race would rise to power, but if he was wrong, they would be doomed. Good. The members of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race killed the second elder of the Scarlet Sun race, Qin Yuhai. Today, I will show you the anger of the Scarlet Sun race. True God Yang Yan's body was covered in scarlet flames that soared into the sky and emitted boundless heat and might. You're looking for me? Right at this moment, a sudden voice rang out just as the battle was about to begin. Xiao! A dark yellow lightning bolt flashed to Real God Tianhua's side. On this person's shoulder was a silver-gray thieving cat. Zhao Feng! True God Yang Yan looked at Zhao Feng with an enraged expression. The Exchange Spiritual Hall was full of information, so it was extremely easy to find out what Zhao Feng looked like. The second elder, third elder, and some other members of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race also revealed expressions of hatred. The Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race was facing such a crisis because of Zhao Feng, but since the Patriarch wasn't willing to hand over Zhao Feng, they didn't dare to say anything. Zhao Feng, the Scarlet Sun race has 2 rank 1 true gods. True God Sky, Fire said when he saw Zhao Feng arrive. His meaning was extremely clear. As long as Zhao Feng could stall 1 true god, they would win this battle. After all, True God Sky Fire had only brought a portion of his race, and this was the headquarters of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race. The Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race had the advantage in numbers. It's just 2 rank 1 true gods. There's nothing to worry about. Zhao Feng had an indifferent expression as he inspected the entire Scarlet Sun race and gave a faint smile. At that instant, all the experts from the two clans were startled. 2 rank 1 true gods. What's there to worry about? If this came from a rank 2 true god or even a stronger true god, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, these words came from the mouth of a late-stage mystic light realm human. The members of the blazing fire golden sheep race wanted to laugh, but they couldn't because they were facing a great danger. The expressions of true God Sky Fire and First Elder froze, and they squeezed out a faint smile. They obviously hoped that Zhao Feng really wasn't scared of 2 rank 1 true gods. But was that even possible? On the other hand, the expressions of the upper echelon of the Scarlet Sun race became grim. According to the information from when Zhao Feng killed Qin Yuhai, who was a demigod, wasn't able to resist at all. This meant that Zhao Feng was indeed very strong. Could he have hidden his cultivation level? True God Sun Flame guessed in his heart. This late-stage mystic light realm human was able to remain calm and relaxed in the face of such danger. This made True God Sun Flame slightly uncertain. After all, he was a true god that had lived for several 100,000 years. He wasn't a reckless person. Zhao Feng, if you know what's good for you, then come with us. True God Giant Flame roared at this moment. Let's see if you have the ability or not. Zhao Feng revealed a disdainful expression. Meow meow. The little thieving cat on Zhao Feng's shoulder also made a face at True God Giant Flame to express its disdain. Fine, I'll personally kill you today. The scarlet flames around True God Giant Flame's body instantly rose by 10 yards, and everything within 1,000 miles turned red. I also want to see the strength of a rank 1 true god. Dark yellow and white gold patterns flashed around Zhao Feng's body as he became taller. He was like a heavy metallic mountain of lightning as he charged forward. The other members of the 2 races didn't move. Second Elder and Third Elder were thinking that if Zhao Feng was killed by True God Giant Flame, this matter would be resolved. On the other hand, True God Sky Flame and First Elder wanted to use this chance to see Zhao Feng's true strength. This brat dares to fight with True God Giant Flame. The expression of True God Sun Flame from the Scarlet Sun race paused. It didn't make sense for a measly late-stage mystic light realm to attack a rank 1 true god. Raging flames, explosion. Sacred lightning dominating punch. A dazzling fiery red light collided with a ball of dark thunder. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded in heaven and earth as terrifying fire, earth, and lightning swept in every direction. True God Sky Flame immediately circulated his divine power to block some of the shockwaves so that the blazing fire golden sheep race wouldn't be affected. Whoosh! 2 balls of light shot out from the center of the explosion. Divine body. True God Giant Flame was stunned. A measly late-stage mystic light realm cultivator had the divine body of a rank 1 true god? Furthermore, Zhao Feng cultivated a very high-level body-strengthening technique, so his defense was extremely strong. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's body and attacks contain the destructive power of God Tribulation Lightning. Even a rank 1 true god like Zhao Feng felt uncomfortable. On the other side, Zhao Feng felt a burning pain in his chest. A ball of scarlet-red flames burned there and started to drill into his body. The bloodline of the Scarlet Sun race allows us to send a special poisonous flame into the enemy's body. True God Giant Flame laughed coldly. From the battle just now, he realized that Zhao Feng didn't have an ancient bloodline. In the ancient, desolate realm of gods, an ancient bloodline was a symbol of status. If one had a terrifying bloodline, they might even be taken away by peak 4-star forces or even 5-star forces. However, right at this moment, a ball of blood-colored light appeared from Zhao Feng's body. Whoosh! A glass-like flame that looked like a blood-colored sun surrounded Zhao Feng's body. It looked bright red, and the aura of his bloodline was hot and domineering as it instantly swallowed the fire poison. Zhao Feng's ancient blood devil sun bloodline had changed after being strengthened by many precious resources and the ancient bloodline. It wasn't any weaker than the Scarlet Sun bloodline, which was ranked in the 8,000th of the 10,000 ancient races. What? True God Giant Flame was stunned. He didn't sense any ancient bloodline from Zhao Feng, but now, Zhao Feng suddenly displayed a powerful bloodline. It didn't seem like an ancient bloodline, but it was extremely strong. It even seemed to surpass the Scarlet Sun bloodline. Divine body and a special bloodline. This person's battle power is probably on par with True God Giant Flame. True God Sun Flame judged from the changes in the last few breaths. This meant that the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race had 2 rank, 1 True God experts. If they tried to fight now, both sides would be heavily injured. I didn't think that Zhao Feng was still hiding his bloodline power. True God Sky, Flame's expression changed. Not all the experts in the ancient, desolate realm of gods had an ancient bloodline. Some experts without an ancient bloodline were able to cultivate to a very high level through their own hard work. 10 million years ago, there was such an existence. He did not have an ancient bloodline, but he rose like a shooting star. He swept through the prodigies of various zones and defeated the experts of various zones. In the end, he cultivated the great Tao and became the supreme God King of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. The members of both races had expressions of disbelief. A late-stage mystic light realm was able to fight against a rank 1 true god? How could something like this happen? Let me see your fire elemental bloodline. Although True God Giant Flame knew Zhao Feng's true strength, he was still very interested in Zhao Feng's special bloodline. Furthermore, he hadn't used his full strength in the fight just now. This time he was going to force Zhao Feng into a disadvantageous position and regain some face. Boom! The flames around True God Giant Flame's body started to boil and radiate a scarlet light. Then I'll let you see. Zhao Feng's mouth curled up. Zhao Feng's index finger undid a part of the seal on the Ice Empress and merged the power of the ancient blood devil sun bloodline into it. Scarlet Sun Divine Fire! Wind, lightning, raging finger. Boom! 2 scarlet figures clashed together like 2 scorching suns. But this time, only a scarlet figure was sent flying, leaving a trail of blood red flames in its wake. Several bloody holes appeared in True God Giant Flame's chest, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Giant Flame! True God Yang Yen exclaimed. Giant Flame had used a divine technique just now, but he was still at a disadvantage. Yang Yen was stunned by this. With your strength, it's not wrong for Qin Yuhai to die at your hands. Let's go. True God Yang Yen said before quickly leaving the territory of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race with Giant Flame and the other members of his race. In the ancient, desolate realm of gods, the strong were respected. The strength that Zhao Feng displayed wasn't weaker than a normal, rank 1 true god. Furthermore, the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race had 2 true god experts, so the Scarlet Sun race wouldn't fight them head-on. Even after the people from the Scarlet Sun race left, the members of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race were still dazed. The shocking scene just now still lingered in their minds. Senior Zhao had actually injured True God Giant Flame of the Scarlet Sun race. Patriarch, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Zhao Feng casually said goodbye before disappearing. Zhao Feng's Earth of Wind Lightning and Ancient Blood Devil Sun bloodline had improved a lot recently, and True God Giant Flame was a new true god. Injuring him wasn't anything to be proud of. If Zhao Feng was able to severely injure and experience true god like True God Yang Yen, then it would be worth celebrating. Scatter! True God Sky Fire suddenly roared, and everyone instantly woke up. The blazing fire golden sheep race slowly returned to normal. No one would have thought that the Scarlet Sun race would retreat just like that. Every member of the blazing fire golden sheep race could feel that the blazing fire golden sheep race was slowly rising, and all of this seemed to start after Senior Zhao arrived. Chapter 1159. After defeating the Scarlet Sun race, Zhao Feng started to cultivate again. With his current strength, he couldn't even roam around Sky Feather Island as he pleased, let alone Blue Ocean Bay, the wider area, or even the 18 zones of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. With a large amount of resources, Zhao Feng's Earth of Wind Lightning, which had just broken through a small bottleneck, started to climb, and it showed signs of breaking through to the next level of the 5 elemental wind lightning technique. There are still so many Earth elemental resources. I should absorb them all before trying to break through to the 10th level of the metal of wind lightning. Zhao Feng continued to suppress his cultivation and crazily absorbed the energy from the resources. Zhao Feng had prepared the most resources for the Earth of Wind Lightning, so he still had a lot left even though he was about to break through. On the other hand, Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body had been refined by the power of God Tribulation Lightning in his lightning soul body for a long time, so its resistance against God Tribulation Lightning was extremely strong. It had even become a vessel for God Tribulation Lightning. Right now, Zhao Feng could directly absorb the power of God Tribulation Lightning within the Lightning God Crystal into his sacred lightning body. At that point in time, Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body wouldn't be a defensive technique, but a destructive one. Furthermore, the power of God Tribulation Lightning within the Lightning God Crystal was extremely strong, and the duplication ability of Zhao Feng's left I might not be able to succeed. Therefore, Zhao Feng planned to absorb more God Tribulation Lightning or duplicate the Lightning God Crystal when his sole intent reached the next level. At that point in time, Zhao Feng would have an endless supply of God Tribulation Lightning. Although he couldn't duplicate the Lightning God Crystal, duplicating the misty spatial world shouldn't be a problem. On this day, Zhao Feng moved all the resources and beasts within the misty spatial world into a high-level interspatial dimension. This interspatial dimension was the one that Zhao Feng had taken from Qinyuhai. Its quality wasn't bad, and it was close to the level of a substandard god weapon. Zhao Feng then sucked the misty spatial world into the dimension of his left eye and duplicated it. Zhao Feng's plan was to give Zhao Wan and Zhao Wangwan and have them leave to train elsewhere. On top of that, Zhao Feng also needed to keep a misty spatial world as a backup, so he needed to duplicate 3 misty spatial worlds. The difficulty of duplicating a substandard god artifact was extremely high, and it required a very long time. Thus, during this period of time, Zhao Feng had been in seclusion. In the outside world, the entire Sky Feather Island was bustling with activity. The 4 exchange spiritual halls were packed with people. I wonder which race will gain control of the exchange spiritual hall this time. I heard that the prodigy of the Emerald Green Feather Clan accidentally obtained the legacy of a true god, and his strength is now abnormally strong. The genius of the Shark Tooth race, Sinew, can already exchange several blows with a rank 1 true god. Inside the Celestial Pearl Tower, the experts of the various races were discussing the geniuses that they thought had the ability to win. Brother Zhang, tell me about the prodigy of the Scarlet Sun tribe. At this time, a young man who was eating with a man with rough skin and dark red skin asked curiously. The Scarlet Sun race was one of the top 10 4-star races on Sky Feather Island. Although they could not defeat the geniuses of the top 5 forces, they should still be very strong. The Scarlet Sun race won't fight for the exchange spiritual hall, Brother Zhang said awkwardly. Even he felt embarrassed when the Scarlet Sun race said such words in front of so many people. However, the Scarlet Sun race indeed wouldn't fight for the exchange spiritual hall this time. Brother Zhang, why is that? The good friend that was drinking with him asked in surprise. The other diners around were also very curious. The prodigies of the Scarlet Sun race aren't as good as before. Brother Zhang sighed and said vaguely. However, that wasn't the case. The Scarlet Sun race had nurtured a group of geniuses and was waiting for the competition for the exchange spiritual hall to pick out the strongest ones. However, after the Scarlet Sun race attacked the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race half a year ago, they completely gave up on the idea of fighting for the exchange spiritual hall. All of this was because of the youth called Zhao Feng. Even though he was a late-stage mystic light realm, he was able to injure true god giant flame. Such strength made the prodigies of the race lose confidence. He had been present at the time, so he had personally witnessed the scene. It was because of this that the upper echelon of the Scarlet Sun race believed that the exchange spiritual hall nearby would definitely fall into the hands of the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race. This was why the Scarlet Sun race didn't completely break out with the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race. However, the entire Scarlet Sun race had locked down the news of True God Giant Flame being injured by a nameless human, so outsiders didn't know. All the experts in the St. Pearl Tower could tell that this person from the Scarlet Sun race wasn't willing to talk about it, although they were curious about the reason. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by other anecdotes. Within a dark palace made of ice in the forbidden area of the Exchange Spiritual Hall. Patriarch, what should we do during the competition for the Exchange Spiritual Hall? That Zhao Feng is too terrifying. He killed a demigod and 2 peak stage mystic light realm experts that we sent out. Apparently, the Scarlet Sun race attacked the Blazing Fire Golden Sheep race but retreated without fighting. All of this is because of Zhao Feng. The upper echelon of the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race were extremely worried. One of them was an elder with blue eyes who had a gloomy expression. This was the elder who had helped Zhao Feng appraise the items that were being auctioned off. Because of his carelessness, the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race didn't know how strong Zhao Feng was, which was why the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race had offended Zhao Feng. Otherwise, the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race could have pulled Zhao Feng over to their side before the competition for the Exchange Spiritual Hall, and everything would have been fine. Ha ha ha, there's no need to worry. At this moment, a cold and aloof elder in an ice-blue robe laughed loudly. Down below, many of the elder's expressions changed, revealing looks of surprise. Could it be that the Patriarch has another way? Come out. The elder in blue robes revealed a wicked smile. Then a cold sword shadow instantly descended beside him. This man wasn't old, but his entire body exuded a chilling sword intent. His gaze suddenly froze, and in the air a formless sword of cold light appeared. That bone-piercing coldness caused the hearts of all the experts here to shiver, as though their bodies and souls were being pierced through. What a strong sword intent! Who is this person? Just one gaze is enough to make me submit. The upper echelon of the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race, including the demigod elders, were stunned. All right, Gulan, your opponent will appear soon. The elder in blue robes smiled excitedly. This exchange spiritual hall would forever belong to the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race. Within the misty spatial world, the 4-colored wind lightning sacred power above Zhao Feng was like a whirlpool that appeared in heaven and earth. The water of wind lightning, wood of wind lightning, fire of wind lightning, and earth of wind lightning kept on changing. Among them, the earth of wind lightning was the most abundant, and it kept on rolling. At the same time, the 4-colored wind lightning sacred power within Zhao Feng's sacred power whirlpool started to circulate rapidly. Wang boom! A sharp golden light appeared in the center of the wind lightning sacred power whirlpool, and it radiated a sharp aura that could pierce through anything. The earth of wind lightning sacred power whirlpool then expanded and formed a golden wind lightning sacred power. The metal of wind lightning is even stronger than the fire of wind lightning. A joyful expression appeared on Zhao Feng's face. The instant the metal of wind lightning appeared, Zhao Feng's cultivation couldn't be suppressed anymore. He immediately broke through to the peak stages of the mystic light realm, which was the level of a sacred king in the continent zone. Whoosh! Several metal elemental ores and resources appeared in front of Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had started to prepare resources for the metal of wind lightning a long time ago. The ones he just took out were just the weakest ones. Zhao Feng immediately controlled the first 5 surges of wind lightning sacred power and absorbed the metal elemental energy to form a brand new metal of wind lightning sacred power. Zhao Feng's metal of wind lightning sacred power quickly increased, and it was soon on par with the other 4 surges of wind lightning sacred power. The reason why the metal of wind lightning sacred power was able to form so quickly was because Zhao Feng had used the vine fruit that contained the element of metal to increase his comprehension of the intent of metal a long time ago. Therefore, even though Zhao Feng had just obtained the metal of wind lightning, he wasn't unfamiliar with this power at all. Zhao Feng was able to control the metal of wind lightning freely in just a short while. Wind lightning raging finger. Zhao Feng circulated the metal of wind lightning sacred power and pointed out with his finger. A dazzling golden light suddenly flashed in the void and shot out. On the other side, the cultivating black destruction, serpent dragon, didn't know that Zhao Feng would suddenly use it to practice, so it wasn't able to dodge in time. Whoosh! A thin golden light pierced through its arm. Good brat, you're already so strong after breaking through to the peak stages of the mystic light realm. The black destruction, serpent dragon, had just recovered to the demigod realm, and its destruction dragon body was extremely strong, even surpassing a rank 1 divine body. However, it was still pierced through by a casual finger from Zhao Feng. Luckily, Zhao Feng's finger didn't contain the power of God Tribulation Lightning, so the black destruction, serpent dragon, didn't need to worry about anything. Its injuries would recover soon. Little Black, I'll allow you to recover to the level of a rank 1 true god. Zhao Feng said faintly at this moment. Okay, thank you, master. The black destruction, serpent dragon's anger instantly disappeared, and it didn't even bother with Zhao Feng calling it Little Black anymore. It succeeded? Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. A golden ripple appeared in his left eye. Whoosh! A spatial whirlpool appeared in the air, and the 4 misty spatial world arm guards appeared. Because he was too focused on cultivating, the misty spatial world had already been duplicated. Zhao Feng only realized this now. Zhao Feng immediately moved all the items from the other interspatial dimension into the misty spatial world. These are for you too. Zhao Feng threw an interspatial dimension to Zhao Wang and Zhao Wan. Zhao Feng prepared to continue cultivating after giving some orders. I'll draw the power of God Tribulation Lightning into the metal of wind lightning. Only then will the power of the metal of wind lightning become stronger and unstoppable. This was what Zhao Feng had planned for a long time. What if I merge the fire of wind lightning and the metal of wind lightning together? A thought suddenly appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. This was because Zhao Feng's fire of wind lightning already contained the power of God Tribulation Lightning. If he could merge the fire of wind lightning, the metal of wind lightning, and the power of God Tribulation Lightning together, how terrifying would the power be? Zhao Feng's heart jumped. However, right at this moment, the communication token not far away flashed with a faint golden light. It's starting? Zhao Feng, who had been in seclusion for a year, had almost completely forgotten about the competition for the exchange spiritual hall. After all, fighting against demigods was meaningless to him. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's cultivation had increased by another level, and he had managed to cultivate the metal of wind lightning. The competition for the exchange spiritual hall was like child's play to him. Whoosh! Zhao Feng immediately left the misty spatial world. Little friend Zhao, it's time to go. In the outside world, the upper echelon of the blazing fire golden sheep race waited quietly for Zhao Feng. Below, All the members of the blazing fire golden sheep race seemed to be looking up at a god. Their eyes were filled with fire and respect. Chapter 1160. There were 5 exchange spiritual halls in Sky Feather Island. The most prosperous exchange spiritual hall belonged to the Sky Feather Island Lord, and no one fought over it. Therefore, the remaining 4 exchange spiritual halls were fought over by all the other forces in Sky Feather Island. The blue-eyed ice wolf race was ranked 4th out of all the forces in Sky Feather Island, so the forces around this exchange spiritual hall were the weakest. However, because of this, there were many forces fighting over this exchange spiritual hall. There were a total of 6 4-star races. However, the situation this time was slightly different. The Scarlet Sun race, which usually participated in the competition for the exchange spiritual hall, did not participate, while the weakest blazing fire golden sheep race of Sky Feather Island had unexpectedly participated. When the blazing fire golden sheep race arrived at the exchange spiritual hall, they were met with mockery from many experts. I didn't think that the weakest 4-star force in Sky Feather Island would participate in the competition for the exchange spiritual hall. Did the blazing fire golden sheep race raise a powerful demigod genius? Stop joking around. I think that the blazing fire golden sheep race will definitely send their first elder to participate. There were always some people in the crowd that didn't have any strength and liked to mock others. However, in reality, the blazing fire golden sheep race didn't have any demigod geniuses. Apart from the 4 demigod elders, they didn't have any other demigod experts. For example, the blue-eyed ice wolf race had 5 demigod geniuses, apart from the 6 demigod elders. The strongest demigod genius was even stronger than the 6 elders. This genius was obviously suppressing his cultivation and preparing to break through to the high-tier heavenly divine realm. The other powerful races would also raise such geniuses. Once such a genius successfully broke through to the heavenly divine realm, they would very likely become a rank 2 true god and lead their race to greatness. Even the Scarlet Sun race, which was ranked 10th, had 3 demigod geniuses that surpassed the demigods of the older generation. Therefore, most of the people that appeared in the competition for the exchange spiritual hall were young demigods. Even if they weren't, they would be older demigods. It would be a joke if the blazing fire golden sheep race sent their first elder that was over 100,000 years old. I think that the shark tooth race will definitely win this time. Sun Yu of the shark tooth race's strength has increased again. Wait, haven't you heard the rumors? The patriarch of the blue-eyed ice wolf race unexpectedly obtained a demigod genius, and he asked him to lead the geniuses of the race to participate in this competition. In the competition for the exchange spiritual hall, the strongest forces were the blue-eyed ice wolf race and the shark tooth race, followed by the emerald green feather race and the scarlet sun race. But the scarlet sun race had forfeited. As for the other 4 races, they were all 4-star races outside the top 10 of Sky Feather Island. Almost no one thought highly of them. Before the competition for the exchange spiritual hall, a huge competition stage had been built in the exchange spiritual hall. There were 4 stone platforms surrounding the dueling ring. On the stone platform, those who sat were the nearby powerful clans and forces, or true god experts. As for the other spectators, they could only gather in midair far away. On a stone platform in the east, there were only a few people. However, these people were indeed the center of attention. Among these people was a fair-skinned, handsome, and arrogant human. He was the disciple of the Sky Feather Island Lord, Shifeng. Martial uncle, who do you think will be the final victor this time? Shifeng tilted his head slightly and looked respectfully at the middle-aged male next to him. I heard that the blue-eyed ice wolf race recruited an extremely strong demigod genius. The blue-eyed ice wolf race will probably win again this time. This male had a dark face and was abnormally fierce, as if he was a ghost, and he spoke with an indifferent expression. Those from the blue-eyed ice wolf race all had smiles on their faces. Only a cold youth was like a block of ice. His eyes were closed, and he didn't care about the outside world. On the other side, those from the shark tooth race were extremely frustrated and angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. The person in front of them was from Sky Feather Island. His name was True God Gili, and his cultivation had reached rank 2 True God. He and Shi Feng were the judges for the competition for the Exchange Spiritual Hall. But at this moment, the judge said in front of everyone that the blue-eyed ice wolf race would win. It was extremely obvious that True God Gili was standing on the side of the blue-eyed ice wolf race. However, the shark tooth race believed that as long as they defeated the blue-eyed ice wolf race and offered enough benefits, True God Gili would stand on their side. Sun Yu, conserve your strength for now. Pay special attention to Gulan from the blue-eyed ice wolf race. The patriarch of the shark tooth race said to a tall male radiating a fierce aura next to him, Ding Hu, help Sun Yu with all your strength. The patriarch of the shark tooth race said to another genius. The competition for the Exchange Spiritual Hall was split into 2 rounds. The first round was a free-for-all where the experts of all the forces would enter the arena, and the remaining 4 would advance to the second round. The second round would be the final battle to decide the final victor. Each force could send 2 people in the first round, but in reality, the second person's mission was to protect the strongest member of their force so that they could preserve their strength and advance to the second round. Since everyone is here, let's begin. True God, Gili spoke in a hoarse voice from the Eastern Stone stand. It's about to begin. The spectators nearby started to become restless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, more than a dozen powerful auras leaped onto the arena. There were 6 forces participating in the competition for the Exchange Spiritual Hall. Normally, there should be 12 people, but there are only 11 on the arena. Everyone couldn't help but look at the representative of the blazing fire golden sheep race, Zhao Feng. He dares to participate in the contest alone? Isn't he just asking to be humiliated? Doesn't the blazing fire golden sheep race have a few demigod elders? They should at least gather 2 people. Wouldn't that be a greater chance? Ha ha ha. This person's cultivation is so low. Did the blazing fire golden sheep race send him to his death? The nearby crowd roared with laughter as they looked at Zhao Feng. Many geniuses on the arena revealed disdainful expressions. I really don't know where a measly peak stage mystic light realm gets the courage to participate in the competition and stand with us. The strongest genius of the emerald green feather race had a mocking smile. On the blue-eyed ice wolf race's side, Gulan's cold eyes opened and inspected Zhao Feng. It's him? Shi Feng's eyebrows rose up slightly. What is it, Feng, True God, Gili asked. Shi Feng was a genius that was about to follow the Island Lord to the Golden Jade race. After hearing about the wild, ancient, secret dimension, Shi Feng cultivated even harder, and his strength increased by leaps and bounds. No demigod in Sky Feather Island was Shi Feng's match. It's nothing. Shi Feng shook his head and ignored Zhao Feng. Although he had a deep impression of Zhao Feng and even told Qin Yuhai to follow Zhao Feng and kill him in the St. Pearl Tower, he was about to follow the Island Lord to the 4.5-star Golden Jade race. However, he was about to follow the Island Master to the 4.5-star Golden Jade race, and perhaps he would even be able to enter the wild, ancient, secret dimension. When the time came, he would personally find Zhao Feng and have him kneel before him to repent for disregarding Shi Feng in the auction hall. On the stage, Zhao Feng's expression was calm and condescending. It was as if the scene in front of him didn't even enter his eyes. After his strength reached the peak stages of the mystic light realm, the strength and quality of Zhao Feng's sacred power had increased, and he had also grasped the metal of wind lightning. The demigods in front of him couldn't ignite his battle intent at all. The first round of the competition for the Exchange Spiritual Hall begins. True God, Gili spoke on the stone stage. In an instant, a powerful bloodline aura soared into the sky from the dueling ring. Let's just end this. Zhao Feng revealed a cold and determined gaze. As long as he defeated everyone, there was no need for the second round. After all, he was the only one who advanced from the first round, so he was the winner. Hee, brat, let me send you down. The genius from the emerald green feather race that mocked Zhao Feng just now walked toward Zhao Feng with an arrogant expression. Zhao Feng revealed a smile as he looked at this person. Wang, the metal of wind, lightning, sacred power condensed in Zhao Feng's hand, and it was blinding. However, right at this moment, the skinny youth from the blue-eyed ice wolf race said coldly, "I'll be able to win if I defeat all of you." Gulan was thinking the same thing as Zhao Feng, which made Zhao Feng pay some attention to this person. However, the demigods from the other factions all stared at Gulan in shock, and they revealed hostility. "Gulan, what did you say?" A demigod genius from the blue-eyed ice wolf race next to Gulan said in shock. It was obvious that Gulan had said this on his own. He didn't even know about it. Outside the fighting ring, the crowd was also boiling with excitement. This Gulan, the patriarch of the blue-eyed ice wolf race, had a helpless expression. Gulan was a genius of the Tao of the sword that he met by chance, and he came from a dimension that was very close to the ancient, desolate realm of gods. The fact that he entered the ancient, desolate realm of gods without breaking through to the true god realm proved his talent. However, Gulan was too direct, aiming for the martial path. In his eyes, there was only battle and becoming stronger. This person is so proud. He's the expert that the blue-eyed ice wolf race recruited. He's a genius of the Tao of the sword. The gazes of the crowd gathered on Gulan. "Sinew, all of you work together to defeat this person." The patriarch of the shark tooth race revealed a wicked smile. The other demigod geniuses instantly teamed up under the influence of the patriarch of the shark tooth race. Apart from Zhao Feng, all the other demigod geniuses stood against the blue-eyed ice wolf race. "This person isn't bad," Shi Feng praised with a hint of arrogance. He was like an elder evaluating a junior. From Shi Feng's point of view, if he had the help of a demigod from the blue-eyed ice wolf race, he could easily defeat the 8 demigods on the other side. This was because Shi Feng's strength had completely reached the level of a rank 1 true god. He could be called a quasi-god. Kill. Apart from Zhao Feng, all the geniuses charged toward the 2 from the blue-eyed ice wolf race. Gulan's eyes suddenly changed. Boundless sword intent shot out, dazzling and bone-chilling. Shua. An ice-cold sword appeared in his hand. The blade of the sword was shrouded in a layer of extremely cold mist. Sword of ice extermination. A powerful sword intent surged from Gulan's body and seemed to merge into the ice sword in his hand. In an instant, a cold sword slashed out in the shape of a fan toward all the demigod prodigies. All the prodigies instantly felt a piercing pain in their bodies and souls. They looked at the domineering Gulan and actually wanted to retreat. Reverse shark strike. The genius of the shark tooth race, Sinew, activated his bloodline and charged forward. The blue blade in his hand instantly slashed out a giant shark made of water. Ice Soul Slash. Gulan's expression didn't change as he slashed out with the cold sword in his hand. A soul-shaking ice sword storm rushed out, directly piercing through the giant water shark and freezing it. Sinew's sacred power almost froze as the remaining sword intent attacked him. Fear appeared in his eyes, and he had no will to fight at all. So strong! The other genius from the blue-eyed ice wolf race was overjoyed when he saw how domineering Gulan was, and he immediately charged out. Sword of ice extermination. Gulan waved the ice sword in his hand, and waves of cold swords shot out in all directions. The entire arena was covered in a layer of bone-chilling sword intent. Everyone's body and soul started to lose the ability to fight in the bone-chilling sword intent. Gulan soon defeated all the experts, attacking him with the help of the other blue-eyed ice wolf race expert, including Sinew from the Shark Tooth race and the Genius from the Emerald Green Feather race. However, there was an exception to everything. Zhao Feng didn't move from start to finish, and he only watched silently. Most people thought that Zhao Feng was scared out of his wits, so they ignored him. This way, I just need to defeat him. Zhao Feng's expression didn't change. Chapter 1161. Inside the Exchange Spiritual Hall, tens of thousands of experts were quietly watching the battle on the trading platform. The competition for the Exchange Spiritual Hall this time was completely different from the past. The two geniuses of the blue-eyed ice wolf race had directly defeated all the experts of the other races. The one who attracted the most attention was naturally Gulan, the lonely and arrogant swordsman. What a powerful sword intent! Is this the power of a sword principal expert? He has already reached the realm of one with the sword. Countless experts in the spectator stands were shocked by Gulan's performance. There were many sword principal experts who recognized Gulan's current sword principal realm. How is this possible? The chief of the Shark Tooth race was shocked as he looked at that human in disbelief. They knew a bit about Gulan's background, but how could someone who had come to the ancient, desolate realm of gods from another dimension be this strong? The geniuses that the Shark Tooth clan had painstakingly nurtured couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Too strong. The members of the Emerald Green Feather clan were willing to admit defeat. It looked like the owner of this exchange spiritual hall was once again the blue-eyed Ice Wolf clan. In the long run, the blue-eyed Ice Wolf race would only grow stronger and stronger, leaving the other four-star races far behind. This kid is not bad. True God Gilly looked at Gulan and revealed a faint smile. Obviously, everyone present had completely ignored Zhao Feng. Gulan was too strong, too dazzling. Among the geniuses present, only Shi Feng could suppress him. On the other hand, Zhao Feng was only a peak stage mystic light realm, and he was only standing there because he didn't attack Gulan. Or maybe Gulan didn't even bother to attack Zhao Feng. Even the geniuses of the other races weren't his match. This weak human from the blazing fire golden sheep race wasn't even worthy of his sword. Zhao Feng. The expressions of those from the blazing fire golden sheep race became tense. They had never imagined that the blue-eyed Ice Wolf tribe would have such a powerful swordsman. They didn't know whether or not Zhao Feng could deal with him. It looks like the blue-eyed Ice Wolf tribe has won this time. True God, Gili faintly nodded his head. Congratulations to the leader of the blue-eyed Ice Wolf race. May the blue-eyed Ice Wolf race prosper. Although the experts present didn't like the blue-eyed Ice Wolf race, they still had to welcome them with smiles. The battle hasn't ended yet, right? At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded in the arena. Zhao Feng was extremely unhappy. He hadn't lost yet. He was still standing on the stage, but the battle had already ended. Moreover, the blue-eyed Ice Wolf tribe had been declared the victor. As soon as Zhao Feng said this, the surrounding people couldn't help but laugh. How can someone from the blazing fire golden sheep race be so stupid? Does he really think he's a match for Gulan? I'm afraid he wants to save some face. After all, he hasn't made a move since the start of the battle. In the surroundings, some experts from powerful races and onlookers laughed loudly. Zhao Feng, you're not Gulan's match. Furthermore, there are two geniuses of my clan on the fighting stage. The patriarch of the blue-eyed Ice Wolf race laughed mockingly. Zhao Feng had killed members of the blue-eyed Ice Wolf race, so he was going to make Zhao Feng lose without a fight and make a fool of himself in front of tens of thousands of people. However, Gulan's eyes were still locked onto Zhao Feng. The sword in his hand still flashed with a cold light. Haha, so what if all the geniuses of the blue-eyed Ice Wolf race are here? Zhao Feng looked coldly at the patriarch of the blue-eyed Ice Wolf race and laughed. Back when he had come to the exchange hall to auction his items, he had been assassinated by the blue-eyed Ice Wolf race. Zhao Feng had never forgotten about this. As the auctioneer, he had done such a shameless thing. If Zhao Feng wasn't strong enough, he would have been killed by Lu Wei's arrow long ago. Furthermore, it was time for Zhao Feng to become famous. Other than the Sky Feather Island Lord, there was no one in Sky Feather Island that he feared. What did you say? The patriarch of the blue-eyed ice wolf race immediately stood up, and a terrifying cold aura spread. The spectators behind him were covered in a layer of ice and immediately retreated. This person is so arrogant. He dares to say that all the geniuses of the blue-eyed ice wolf race aren't his match. I think that he's been scared silly by Gulan's strength, so he's just spouting nonsense. Some of the spectators mocked. No matter what, the blue-eyed ice wolf race was one of the top 5 races in Sky Feather Island. There were as many geniuses as the clouds in the sky. However, Zhao Feng was saying in front of tens of thousands of people, so what if all the geniuses of the blue-eyed ice wolf race are here? Such arrogance and conceit were indescribable. Patriarch of the blue-eyed ice wolf race, there are still 3 people on the stage, and there are representatives from other races as well. Do you think that you've already won? Are you ignoring the existence of the judge of Sky Feather Island? Zhao Feng wasn't afraid of the angry patriarch of the blue-eyed ice wolf race at all. He even brought out true God Gili, who stood on the side of the blue-eyed ice wolf race. Although true God Gili sided with the blue-eyed ice wolf race, the rules of the competition were set by the Sky Feather Island Lord, so he obviously couldn't go against them. Otherwise, it would be the same as slapping the Sky Feather Island Lord's face. Sit down. True God Gili's expression turned cold. The patriarch of the blue-eyed ice wolf race was enraged, but he could only sit down and stare at Zhao Feng with a cold aura. The competition will continue. True God, Gili said. He didn't say that they would enter the second round and instead said that they would continue. His meaning was obvious. He wanted the geniuses of the blue-eyed ice wolf race to finish off Zhao Feng as soon as possible. There was no need for the second round. True God Gili's words made the entire exchange spiritual hall fall silent. Everyone was waiting to see what kind of expression Zhao Feng, who had just said those arrogant words, would make when he failed. Even some of the blazing fire golden sheep race members were mocked by the other races nearby. You go down, Gulan said to the blue-eyed ice wolf race member next to him. Understood. This genius immediately walked down. He was participating in the competition to help Gulan win. With Gulan's strength, he could finish off Zhao Feng with one sword. There was no point in him staying up there. However, after he walked down, Gulan's words shocked him and everyone else present. You're very strong, so I'll leave you for last. I'll be your opponent. Gulan, who was usually cold and didn't know how to speak, said so many words. However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was the meaning behind his words. Gulan, who had defeated so many demigod geniuses, said that Zhao Feng was very strong. At the very least, this strong was definitely stronger than all the geniuses that had just been defeated. I also have to thank you for chasing away the useless geniuses. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. Gulan reminded him of Yu Tianhao from the Continent Zone, but Gulan was even more battle-hungry. He only had his sword in his eyes, and he didn't think about anything else. What? Useless? The faces of the geniuses that had been defeated by Gulan instantly went red. They had nothing to say after being defeated by Gulan, but now even a peak-stage Mystic Light realm expert was mocking them. Take this. Gulan waved the sword of ice in his hand, and his cold eyes radiated a powerful battle intent. Whoosh! Surges of sword intent merged with the ice around Gulan and formed a real sword of ice that radiated the intent of the sword that could slash through anything. So strong! Is this his true strength? So he was holding back just now. The geniuses that had been crushed by Gulan were stunned, and they didn't feel good in their hearts. However, Zhao Feng would definitely lose against such a strong Gulan, and the person that mocked them would definitely lose even worse than them. Ice Heart Sword. Gulan's heart moved, and the countless swords of ice in heaven and earth merged into the sword of ice in his hand. Whoosh! Gulan's figure was like a sword as he stabbed toward Zhao Feng. A cold sword intent that could pierce through everything shot toward Zhao Feng. The spectators behind Zhao Feng instantly felt their souls being injured, and they immediately ran away. Good. Praise appeared in Zhao Feng's eyes. In Zhao Feng's eyes, demigods were too weak. They weren't worthy of his attention at all. So he didn't put this battle to heart. However, he didn't expect to meet such a strong and talented demigod of the Sword Dao. Wang, a dark yellow symbol of lightning, appeared on Zhao Feng's body, and a layer of blinding metal of wind, lightning, surrounded his hand. In his hand, there was a layer of blinding metal of tempest surrounding him. Wind, lightning, raging finger. Zhao Feng circulated the metal of wind lightning, which had the strongest offense and piercing power, and stabbed out. The power of the metal of wind lightning, when used with the wind, lightning, raging finger, doubled. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's sacred lightning body contained the power of God Tribulation lightning, so Zhao Feng also circulated some of the power of God Tribulation lightning into his finger. Whoosh! The invisible ice sword intent in the air was split apart by Zhao Feng's golden finger. Finally, Zhao Feng's golden finger collided with Gulan's ice sword. Lose! At this instant, Zhao Feng released the power of the primordial god's blood in his index finger. Pum! A dazzling, ice-cold golden light exploded. Plop! Gulan's figure was knocked off the stage, and the ice sword was split in half. Gulan was defeated in one move. The spectators were dead silent as they stared at the stage with their eyes wide open. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. No one had expected that Zhao Feng, who everyone had overlooked, would defeat Gulan in one move. Of course, they didn't see how Zhao Feng defeated Gulan because it was too unbelievable. How is this possible? How could Gulan lose to someone like this? The prodigies that had been crushed by Gulan at the start were stunned as they looked at Zhao Feng in a daze. The prodigy of the emerald green feather race that had been preparing to attack Zhao Feng felt his heart jump. If it weren't for Gulan's words attracting everyone's attention, he would have been instantly destroyed by Zhao Feng. Gulan slowly stood up and looked at Zhao Feng with cold and stubborn eyes. He had never been defeated so easily before, and he had been defeated so easily by someone one level lower than him. However, Gulan had to admit that Zhao Feng was very strong. The patriarch of the blue-eyed ice wolf race stood up after a moment of shock. How is this possible? You must have used some despicable method. The patriarch of the blue-eyed ice wolf race had a cold expression. Gulan's strength was stronger than a normal rank 1 true god, but Zhao Feng defeated him in one move. Could Zhao Feng's strength have reached the level of a rank 2 true god? That was impossible. Even if it was true, he wouldn't allow Zhao Feng to live. This brat had to be killed. Zhao Feng's eyes turned cold as he looked at the patriarch of the blue-eyed ice wolf race. He used some despicable method to defeat Gulan. Gulan also revealed a disdainful expression. He had just arrived in the ancient, desolate realm of gods and wasn't familiar with anything, so he agreed to help this person participate in the competition for the exchange spiritual hall. He had no feelings for the blue-eyed ice wolf race. True god, Gili, also paused for a moment on the eastern stage. He didn't expect this ordinary golden-haired youth to be a true expert. Those from the blazing fire golden sheep race were extremely excited. They didn't expect Zhao Feng to win so easily. In just a short year, Zhao Feng's strength had increased so quickly. This person... Coldness flashed through Shifeng's eyes. Shifeng didn't like how outstanding and strong Zhao Feng was. Right at this moment, the patriarch of the blue-eyed ice wolf race secretly messaged True God Gili. True God Gili, if you can help me obtain this exchange spiritual hall, I'm willing to give you 60% of the profits from the exchange spiritual hull for the next 1,000 years. True God, Gili revealed a cruel smile as he messaged Shifeng. Okay, don't forget what Marshall Uncle promised me. Shifeng revealed an excited expression as he looked at Zhao Feng with a flash of fierceness. Chapter 1162. The tens of thousands of spectators in the exchange spiritual hall were still in shock. Gulan, who was so powerful, had been defeated by Zhao Feng in one move. They didn't expect the final winner of this battle to be the blazing fire golden sheep race, which was ranked last in Sky Feather Island. He's even stronger than before. True God Giant Flame from the Scarlet Sun race said. Back when he fought with Zhao Feng, he could guarantee that he wouldn't lose badly. But after seeing the current Zhao Feng, he didn't dare to fight with Zhao Feng anymore. Humph. The measly blazing fire golden sheep race controls the exchange spiritual hall for 1,000 years. The patriarch of the shark tooth race harumphed coldly in disdain. Although the shark tooth race had no performance in this battle and didn't win, at least the blue-eyed ice wolf race didn't win. The measly blazing fire golden sheep race would find it hard to achieve anything, even if they controlled the exchange spiritual hall for 1,000 years, because this race was just too weak. Just when everyone thought that the witness from Sky Feather Island would announce the blazing fire golden sheep race's victory, Shifeng stood up. Wait, this young master suddenly remembers. You're Zhao Feng, the evil person who killed my close friend, Qin Yu Hai. Shifeng said with a pained expression, and a hint of sharpness flashed through his eyes. Your close friend. Zhao Feng revealed a surprised and puzzled expression. Although his impression of Shifeng wasn't very good, he didn't expect Shifeng to say something like this. Back in the auction hall, Qin Yuhai of the Scarlet Sun race immediately apologized after learning Shifeng's identity. Was this something that close friends would do? It was obvious that Shifeng was just finding an excuse to attack Zhao Feng. However, Zhao Feng had killed Qin Yuhai at the entrance of the exchange spiritual hall. Everyone had seen it, so he couldn't deny it. Is that not the case? Shifeng looked at True God Sunflame. That's right, young Master Shifeng and Qin Yuhai were like brothers. True God Sunflame hesitated for a moment before saying through gritted teeth, how could the Scarlet Sun race dare to go against the Sky Feather Island's will? Moreover, once Shifeng successfully broke through to the heavenly divine realm, the Sky Feather Island Lord's power would only grow even greater. Furthermore, the blazing fire golden sheep race and the Scarlet Sun race didn't have a good relationship. The Scarlet Sun race obviously wouldn't offend Shifeng for the blazing fire golden sheep race. The experts from the various factions gradually understood that Sky Feather Island was looking for an excuse to attack Zhao Feng, but they didn't dare to say anything. The strongest faction present was the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race, and the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race couldn't wait for Shifeng to finish off Zhao Feng. That way, the exchange spiritual hall would naturally belong to the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race. True God Sky Fire and the others froze, bitter expressions on their faces. Although they had won, the witness of the battle was going to attack Zhao Feng. In this world, strength was everything. Without strength, there would be no justice. What do you want? Zhao Feng's expression was slightly cold as he said directly. Qin Yuhai had definitely been sent by Shifeng to assassinate him, so Zhao Feng had a certain amount of hatred for Shifeng. A life for a life. Since you killed a close friend of mine, I, Shifeng, naturally have to send you to be buried with him. However, in consideration of your excellent talent and the fact that you obtained victory in this battle, I will forgive you as long as you cripple your own cultivation. Shifeng's handsome face was filled with a cold and complacent sneer. Cripple his own cultivation? In the ancient, desolate realm of gods, having no strength was worse than death. Everyone sighed in their hearts. They hadn't expected Shifeng to be so vicious, giving Zhao Feng two choices, death or a fate worse than death. The members of the Blue-Eyed Ice Wolf race had arrogant expressions and smirked as they looked down on Zhao Feng. Huh. Zhao Feng suddenly began to laugh, and a terrifying energy began to radiate from him. Shi Feng's expression was slightly cold. This was the only time Zhao Feng could laugh. If that's the case, then I can only choose the second option. Zhao Feng said indifferently, "Sigh, what a pity for such a genius." Who told him to offend Shi Feng? The experts present were slightly regretful. They didn't expect Zhao Feng to choose to cripple his own cultivation. Good. Shi Feng revealed a satisfied smile as he looked down. He was the strongest genius of Sky, Feather Island. Everyone in the younger generation had to obey him. Back in the exchange spiritual hall, Zhao Feng had ignored him and tried to befriend him. Shi Feng still remembered this clearly. Today, Zhao Feng was going to cripple his own cultivation under Shi Feng's pressure. This made Shi Feng feel even more proud. The members of the blue-eyed ice wolf race and true god, Gilly, looked at each other and smiled, but their expressions froze the next instant. Then I'll have to trouble young Sir Shi Feng to cripple this Zhao's cultivation. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed with coldness as his golden hair danced in the wind. Silence. The surroundings became silent once more. Zhao Feng wasn't compromising or choosing to cripple his own cultivation. He was challenging Shi Feng, the most outstanding disciple of Sky Feather Island and the disciple of the Sky Feather Island Lord. How arrogant and domineering was this? Those from the Scarlet Sun race looked at Zhao Feng, who was standing proudly, and revealed expressions of shame. You asked for it. Shi Feng's expression paused for a moment before revealing a cold light. Zhao Feng dared to trick him? Shi Feng instantly flew into the air and glared at Zhao Feng as a terrifying, invisible aura spread out. When Shi Feng landed on the fighting platform, there was a strong gale in heaven and earth. Countless bright, white wind blades surrounded him. The normal real god experts who were closer could feel a dangerous aura from Shi Feng, and they could not help but retreat. Everyone's eyes gathered on Shi Feng. They didn't think that they would be able to see young Sir Shi Feng personally take action. His opponent, Zhao Feng, was going to be unlucky. I'll let you see the strength of the number one genius of Sky Feather Island. Shi Feng's eyes were cold as he stared at Zhao Feng. He controlled the wind blades around him with his thoughts. You talk too much. Zhao Feng muttered. His figure flashed as he circulated the metal of wind lightning and charged at Shi Feng with a dazzling golden light. Zhao Feng also knew the wind intent, so the wind around Shi Feng couldn't stop Zhao Feng at all. Wind, lightning, raging finger. Zhao Feng's finger surged with the power of wind and lightning as he struck out. Swish! Golden lightning flashed, and the wind blade barrier around Shi Feng was penetrated. That golden light shot straight at Shi Feng's chest. The sneak attacker is despicable and shameless. Shi Feng had a noble expression as he scolded gently. Windflower palm. Shi Feng waved his hand, and the surrounding wind energy gathered, forming a white wind palm that pushed forward. Swish! The two wind elemental powers intertwined with each other, and the wind howled and wind blades flew everywhere. So strong! Young Sir Shi Feng's strength isn't any weaker than the true god experts of the older generation. Quickly retreat. Young Sir Shi Feng's windflower heavenly technique is too strong. Apart from the strong races on the stone stage, the spectators quickly retreated. I admit that your strength is indeed not bad, but you will die today. Shi Feng sensed how strong Zhao Feng was the instant he fought with Zhao Feng. However, Shi Feng definitely wouldn't lose. He wanted to show Zhao Feng his true strength. Hoo! A thin whirlwind instantly appeared on the surface of Shi Feng's body. The power of this wind became stronger and stronger until it formed a giant whirlwind that lifted his body. At this moment, Shi Feng floated in the center of the whirlwind as if he had become one with it. His hair blew in the wind, and his expression was fierce and domineering. "Humph, I didn't expect Shifeng to use the power of his bloodline. This brat is finished." True God, Geely smiled faintly as he looked at Shifeng. Shifeng had the bloodline of the Sky Hell Wind race, which was ranked 3,562nd among the 10,000 ancient races. Its power was terrifying, and no one in Sky Feather Island had a bloodline stronger than Shifeng's. As expected of young Sir Shifeng, the disciple of the Sky Feather Island Lord, "You have such a high-ranked bloodline." Those from the blue-eyed ice wolf race immediately praised. Most people in the outer regions, like Blue Ocean Bay, had bloodlines that were above 7,000, but Shifeng had a bloodline that was ranked in the 3,000th. It was obvious how noble he was. The bloodlines of the spectators all started to tremble as they looked at Shifeng, who was like a god with worship in their eyes. Sky Hell Wind race bloodline. Zhao Feng's gaze landed on Shifeng. Shifeng's bloodline was indeed the strongest bloodline that Zhao Feng had seen after coming to the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Pung! 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 Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye throbbed, and it dispelled the trembling of the ancient blood devil sun bloodline within Zhao Feng's body. At the same time, an unyielding battle intent radiated from his god's spiritual eye. A powerful ancient bloodline seems to be able to increase my god's spiritual eye. Zhao Feng revealed a joyful expression. Whoosh! 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 A pair of scarlet lightning's sacred wings formed behind Zhao Feng's back, and he turned into a ball of scarlet lightning that shot toward Shifeng. "You're courting death." Shifeng laughed coldly. Now that he had activated his bloodline, Zhao Feng definitely wasn't his match. The density of bloodlines in the ancient, desolate realm of gods was very high, and high-ranked bloodlines greatly suppressed low-ranked bloodlines. Fury of wind. Shifeng controlled the power of wind in heaven and earth and swept toward Zhao Feng. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng activated his sacred lightning body, and the power of God Tribulation lightning instantly spread out, destroying all the power of wind that tried to approach him. At the same time, Zhao Feng thrust out a giant golden palm. This was the sky-destroying sacred lightning palm, formed from the metal of wind lightning. When combined with Zhao Feng's powerful sacred lightning body, its power was extremely domineering. It was like a golden, sacred mountain that could break through everything. Boom! Shifeng revealed a shocked expression as he was hit by Zhao Feng's palm. However, he had the Heaven Prison Wind race bloodline, so he had a strong resistance against the element of wind. However, Zhao Feng suddenly waved his fists and thrust out a golden fist. Boom! Bang! Shifeng immediately tried to defend, but he was still slightly injured by Zhao Feng. How is this possible? Shifeng coughed out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. How did Zhao Feng instantly become so strong? He had activated his bloodline power, but he still wasn't Zhao Feng's match. Shifeng wasn't the only one shocked. Everyone present didn't dare to believe it, and their minds buzzed. Young Sir Shifeng had activated the Heaven Prison Wind race bloodline, but he was still at a disadvantage? How was this possible? Sky Feather! Shifeng roared, and a feather fan appeared in his hand. The pure white feathers on the fan radiated an invisible wind, divine power. This Sky Feather was a trump card that the Sky Feather Island Lord had given him, and it was a low-quality divine weapon. As the strongest genius of Sky Feather Island, he couldn't lose. He had to defeat Zhao Feng with a strong advantage and humiliate him. You can die in peace now that you've forced me to use my divine weapon. Shifeng's slightly wretched expression was abnormally fierce and terrifying. Only the powerful true gods of Sky Feather Island had divine weapons. Normal demigods couldn't obtain divine weapons, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to control them. However, Shifeng's talent was extremely good. After practicing for a long time, he could completely unleash the power of this divine weapon. However, in the next instant, his gaze couldn't help but look toward Zhao Feng's left eye. He seemed to see a purple-gold sky that was surrounded by mist. He seemed to have fallen into this world and couldn't find the exit. Whoosh! Whoosh! A bolt of scarlet lightning flashed across his eyes. Boom! Shifeng felt a tearing pain come from his abdomen, and he woke up from the illusion. Boom! Pum! Shifeng's body flew back and smashed into the massive stone stage behind him. Zhao Feng stood proudly in the air and held the divine weapon that Shifeng had just taken out, the sky feather. If Shifeng used the divine weapon after activating his bloodline, it would be troublesome. This was why Zhao Feng didn't hesitate to use the forbidden illusion Lost World on Shifeng. With Shifeng's soul and intent, he was naturally controlled by Zhao Feng's illusion. Shifeng has lost. Just who is this person? The surrounding spectators exclaimed in shock. After activating his bloodline, Shifeng wasn't his match. After taking out the divine weapon, Shifeng was humiliated once more, and even his divine weapon was taken away. Shifeng completely lost to Zhao Feng. So strong! Gulan watched the battle from the side. It wasn't a coincidence that Zhao Feng was able to defeat him in one move. He had the strength to do so. Didn't young Sir Shifeng want to cripple my cultivation? Why have you been holding back? Zhao Feng snickered coldly as he slowly walked toward Shifeng. I will kill you. Shifeng's eyes were blood-red as he roared in anger. However, fear started to rise in his heart as he watched Zhao Feng slowly walk over. Chapter 1163. At this moment, Shifeng was lying in the hole in the stone pillar with an enraged expression. But fear flashed through his eyes when Zhao Feng approached him. How dare this bastard injure someone from Sky Feather Island? True God, Gilly suddenly stood up on the eastern stone stand, and a terrifying aura spread from him. The terrifying aura of a rank 2 true God along with his own presence caused the hearts of everyone present to shake, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. This brat will definitely die. Those from the blue-eyed ice wolf race laughed coldly in their hearts when they saw true God Gilly become angry. Although Zhao Feng defeating Shifeng was shocking, true God Gilly had to take action since he injured Shifeng, so Zhao Feng would definitely die. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed when he felt this terrifying aura. He had only participated in the Exchange Spiritual Hall battle to win and obtain control of the Exchange Spiritual Hall. He really wanted to kill Shifeng, but Zhao Feng didn't because True God Gilly was present and Shifeng was one of the Sky Feather Island Lord's men. However, at this moment, True God Gilly wanted to attack him. This made Zhao Feng want to kill him. Sky-penetrating finger! A powerful ancient bloodline aura radiated from Zhao Feng's index finger, and it was accompanied by a blinding metal of wind lightning. The sky-penetrating finger was extremely fast, and its piercing power was extremely strong. When used with the metal of wind lightning, the characteristics of this finger technique could be unleashed to the extreme. How dare you! True God, Gilly roared as he charged toward Zhao Feng. True God, Gilly didn't expect that Zhao Feng would still dare to attack Shifeng after he gave the order. If Zhao Feng really injured Shifeng, he would lose all his face as well. However, Zhao Feng's finger technique was extremely fast. Even a rank 2 true God wouldn't be able to stop it. Zhao Feng wants to kill Shifeng. The hearts of tens of thousands of people started to pound. This peak stage mystic light, realm human, dared to kill Shifeng? Zhao Feng! The hearts of the blazing fire golden sheep race members jumped. Zhao Feng actually wanted to kill the Sky Feather Island Lord's disciple, Shifeng. They hadn't expected that the competition for the Exchange Spiritual Hall would end up like this. He wants to kill me, Shifeng felt as if he had sunk into an ice house. Ever since he became the disciple of the Sky Feather Island Lord, he had never felt such a bone-piercing, killing intent. Moreover, this finger technique of Zhao Feng's was very strong. Even if it couldn't kill him, it could still heavily injure him. However, at the critical moment, Shifeng withdrew a small round shield from his storage space and activated it with divine energy. Ding! The flash of golden light hit the small round shield. Shifeng felt his hands go numb, and his heart was pounding. That was close, almost. Shifeng's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. "Brat, I'll grind your bones to dust today." Seeing that Shifeng was fine, True God Gili heaved a sigh of relief and charged toward Zhao Feng. Battle intent appeared in Zhao Feng's eyes as he looked at True God Gili. Demigods were as weak as ants to Zhao Feng. Only rank 1 true gods were on par with him, so rank 2 true gods were what he wanted to challenge. Only by fighting someone stronger than him would he be able to unleash his full potential and power. He wants to challenge a rank 2 true god. Gulan, who had an icy expression, revealed a shocked expression. At this moment, everyone was looking at Zhao Feng on the arena. He was able to release a surge of battle intent while facing a rank 2 true god. This stunned them, and they couldn't move their eyes away from Zhao Feng. "Ignorant brat, I'll show you how strong a rank 2 true god is." True God Gili had an enraged expression. A measly peak stage mystic light realm dared to challenge him? Heaven encompassing, earth killing palm. True God Gili circulated boundless, ghostly divine power and slapped out a terrifying black palm shadow. Who, at this instant, heaven and earth darkened under the pressure of this palm. The terrifying palm was like a ghost that leapt toward Zhao Feng. A rank 2 true god is indeed not simple. Zhao Feng had a grim expression. The source of power for a true god was their divine stage, and they controlled divine power. All of their attacks were formed from pure divine power. The higher the rank of a god, the purer and more powerful their divine power was. At this moment, Zhao Feng didn't dare to fight with pure mystic light, sacred power anymore. Otherwise, his powerful 5-colored mystic light, sacred power, would be useless against a rank 2 true god. Wang, Zhao Feng circulated a surge of white divine power. This was the divine power that Zhao Feng had refined from the god crystals using the divine forming technique. At the same time, the bloodline and divine power within Zhao Feng's index finger were completely activated. Earth-destroying finger. Zhao Feng's finger released a dazzling power of metal of wind lightning that contained a wisp of divine power and a dominating intent. Boom! Boom! A giant beam of light containing limitless scarlet golden lightning collided with True God Gili's attack like a pillar that could support the sky. Boom! Pum! A terrifying shockwave spread in every direction. Run! What terrifying power! The spectators around the arena instantly retreated. Even the powerful forces on the stone stage were no exception. When the dust settled, Zhao Feng and True God Gili stood on the tattered arena. From the point of the explosion, the two were evenly matched. How is this possible? Zhao Feng isn't dead or injured. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Zhao Feng to be able to fight against a rank 2 true god. It was such a pity that such a talented person was killed by True God Gili just like that. However, the hearts of those who had a grudge against Zhao Feng tightened. They hoped that True God Gili would immediately kill Zhao Feng. He was hiding his strength just now. Shifeng's pale white expression became even uglier. This brat has divine power. True God Gili had an ugly expression. He could tell that Zhao Feng had just broken through to the peak stages of the mystic light realm not long ago. But Zhao Feng had divine power. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Feng had injured Shifeng, True God Gili would have really wanted Zhao Feng to join the Sky Feather Island Lord. Again, Zhao Feng circulated his sacred lightning body with all his might. The metal of wind lightning surrounded his right hand, while the fire of wind lightning condensed in his left. Each of the 2 surges of sacred power contained a wisp of divine power. You're courting death. True God, Gili's expression became cold. No matter how talented Zhao Feng was, he was going to kill him today. Luo Sha Palm. True God, Gili, condensed a surge of divine power in his palms and unleashed a terrifying attack at Zhao Feng like a devil from hell. God, destroying finger. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng used two powerful techniques with both hands at the same time. The sky-destroying sacred lightning palm was the palm technique that Zhao Feng was most familiar with. He could use it with ease, and its destructive power was extremely strong. The God-destroying finger was currently Zhao Feng's strongest finger technique, and its power was extraordinary when used with his metal of wind, lightning bloodline, and divine power. Boom! Pum! Pum! Zhao Feng and True God Gili clashed. Everything around the two of them was reduced to ashes. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves, 10 moves. Zhao Feng is able to exchange 10 moves with True God Gili without being defeated. He's using 2 different powers and 2 powerful techniques at the same time. Zhao Feng has such terrifying talent. The spectators exclaimed in shock from all over the exchange spiritual hall. It was unbelievable that a peak stage mystic light realm was able to exchange blows with True God Gili. Boom! Zhao Feng was pushed back by True God Gili's palm. Ha ha ha, brat. How much divine power do you have left? True God Gili roared with laughter. Zhao Feng was only able to exchange blows with him because of his divine power. How much divine power could a measly peak stage mystic light realm have? Zhao Feng's expression became grim. He didn't have much divine power left, and it was much weaker than True God Gili's. If he didn't have this much divine power, Zhao Feng wouldn't be True God Gili's match. However, at this moment, Zhao Feng revealed a smile. At this dangerous moment, this smile was extremely weird. Zhao Feng clasped his hands together, and the metal of wind lightning sacred power and the fire of wind lightning sacred power clashed together. Boom! The 2 explosive forces let out a series of rumbling sounds. And in the end, they actually fused together. One had to know that this wasn't just the fusion of the 2 sacred powers of wind lightning. There was also the power of God tribulation lightning. 1. A ball of scarlet lightning flashed with a blinding golden light and radiated a terrifying power that wasn't any weaker than the divine power within Zhao Feng's body. This is, you're using me to train your merged power. True God, Gili stared the ball of golden lightning fire in Zhao Feng's hand and became enraged. His expression was extremely terrifying. A measly peak stage mystic light realm expert was using him to refine his own power? This was the greatest humiliation of True God Gili's life. Zhao Feng, I, True God Gili, will tear you into 10,000 pieces. A black light flashed in True God Gili's hand, and a black saber appeared in his hand. At this moment, True God Gili was filled with a murderous aura, and he was like a war ghost from hell. Hee, I'll call you Lightning Fire Obliteration from now on. Zhao Feng had a joyful expression as he absorbed the power in his hand into his body. The reason why he used 2 different powers of wind lightning and 2 different techniques when fighting against True God Gili was because he was trying to merge the 2 powers together. Lightning wings, spatial flash. The wings behind Zhao Feng's back instantly released a brilliant golden light. Whoosh! With the help of the lightning fire obliteration, Zhao Feng's lightning wing spatial flash was even stronger than before. His figure turned into a scarlet golden bolt of lightning that flashed by. Although he had merged the 2 powers together, Zhao Feng was still extremely calm. At this moment, True God Gili was completely enraged. If a rank 2 True God circulated his divine power to activate his divine weapon and didn't use his hidden cards, Zhao Feng probably wouldn't even be able to take 1 move from him. Therefore, Zhao Feng didn't hesitate to escape from this place. You have nowhere to run to in Sky Feather Island. True God, Gili turned into a streak of light and chased after him. After a moment of dead silence, the exchange spiritual hall suddenly exploded with rumbling noises. So strong! A peak stage mystic light realm can be so strong. Furthermore, Zhao Feng's speed is so fast. Even true God, Gili, will have to spend some effort to chase after him. Countless people discussed Zhao Feng and true God Gili throughout the exchange spiritual hall. They had even forgotten about this important moment and the competition for the exchange spiritual hall. However, while others might have forgotten, the blue-eyed ice wolf race wouldn't. Zhao Feng offended the Sky Feather Island Lord, so his record doesn't count. Therefore, the owner of this exchange spiritual hall will be the blue-eyed ice wolf race. The patriarch of the blue-eyed ice wolf race announced in front of everyone. He completely ignored the blazing fire golden sheep race. He didn't put such a weak 4-star power in his eyes at all. On the other side, the shark tooth race and the emerald green feather race wanted to say something, but Shi Feng was still present and would definitely stand on the side of the blue-eyed ice wolf race. Furthermore, their people had been defeated by Gulan at the start, so they couldn't find any reason to object. Zhao Feng is using Martial Uncle to train his strength and fuse his power. At this moment, Shi Feng was still thinking about the battle just now and didn't care about what was happening in the exchange spiritual hall. This time, Shi Feng was heavily injured. His proud heart of the martial Dao had been crushed by Zhao Feng. No, this person must die. I must kill him. Shi Feng revealed a crazed expression as he flew in the direction that Zhao Feng and true God Gili had left in. He had to personally see Zhao Feng die, or else Shi Feng wouldn't be able to relax. However, Shi Feng suddenly stopped in midair. With a thought, a white token appeared in his hand. Come back. Prepare to head to the Golden Jade race. The Sky Feather Island Lord's voice sounded from the token. Chapter 1164. A scarlet golden bolt of lightning flashed across the top of a mountain range in Sky Feather Island. Then, a shocking ray of light chased after him. Everywhere it passed, everything trembled. Just obediently accept your death. True God, Gili snickered coldly. Being a rank 2 true God, his speed was obviously not something that Zhao Feng could compare to. Even though Zhao Feng used the lightning fire obliteration to use the lightning wings spatial flash, true God Gili was still closing in on Zhao Feng. An aura of destruction dragon flames suddenly appeared in heaven and earth. Who? The figure of a black dragon, several hundred yards long, appeared under Zhao Feng's feet. This is a descendant of the destruction dragon race. True God, Gili's heart shook. Although the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon only had a wisp of the Destruction Dragon race's bloodline, this powerful bloodline still suppressed true God Gili. If the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was a true member of the Destruction Dragon race, true God Gili probably wouldn't even have the courage to stand in front of it. You won't be able to escape even if you take out such a flying spiritual pet. True God, Gili snickered coldly. At the same time, he revealed a greedy expression as he looked at the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Even if this dragon only had a sliver of the Annihilation Dragon race's bloodline, it would be a great boost to his low-level bloodline. Furthermore, this dragon's strength and talent were not bad. He could enslave it on Sky Feather Island and dominate the region. Who said I was going to escape? Zhao Feng suddenly turned around and looked at true God Gili with battle intent in his eyes. Zhao Feng stood on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. His body seemed extremely small compared to the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, but his aura and battle intent were so strong that true God Gili's eyes couldn't move away from him. True God, Gili's heart shook. Zhao Feng wasn't running away. He took out such a rare spiritual pet just to fight him. Do you think that a serpent dragon with a faint bloodline of the Destruction Dragon race will be my match? True God, Gili couldn't help but laugh mockingly. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's bloodline did shock him, but the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's cultivation was too low, so it couldn't do much damage to him. The fact that Zhao Feng was so arrogant and took the initiative to come to him was exactly what he wanted. You'll know once you try. Zhao Feng's eyes narrowed as a cold killing intent surged out. Who? The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, turned into a dragon-scaled male and stood next to Zhao Feng. Swoosh! At the next moment, the wings on Zhao Feng's back shone brightly as he charged towards real God Gili. Lightning Flame Annihilation. A ball of scarlet gold flames appeared on Zhao Feng's right hand, emitting a dazzling golden light. In the center of the flames were countless flashes of platinum lightning. The lightning fire obliteration was the fusion of the fire of wind lightning, the metal of wind lightning, and the god tribulation lightning. Although it was still considered a sacred power, its power surpassed the limits of sacred power. It was comparable to the divine power that Zhao Feng had refined. However, the lightning fire obliteration was a fusion of 3 different powers. Every time Zhao Feng used the lightning fire obliteration, it was the same as using 3 different powers. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Zhao Feng unleashed a giant palm of scarlet gold flames. This palm radiated a terrifying aura as it pushed toward true god Gili. A peak stage mystic light realm was attacking a rank 2 true god, and Zhao Feng's attack was extremely ferocious as well. At the same time, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon also unleashed a ball of destructive flames. Ignorant. Although true god Gili was surprised, he immediately harumphed coldly in disdain. True god Gili circulated his divine power and activated his divine weapon. All he did was simply wave his long blade and slash down. Boom! A pitch-black screen containing limitless power clashed with Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's attacks. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's body moved several miles away. The next instant, a black blade of light whistled past where he was just a moment ago. So strong! Zhao Feng's heart jumped. Although he controlled the power of the god Tribulation Lightning, it only replaced the small amount of divine power in his body. True god Gili's divine power was even stronger, and the power of a true divine weapon was unstoppable. Trying to hit a rock with an egg. True god Gili snickered coldly in disdain as he charged toward Zhao Feng with a murderous aura. Zhao Feng used him to train his strength and fuse his powers together, which made him lose face. True god Gili had to kill Zhao Feng and hang his head on the exchange spiritual hull. Zhao Feng's left eye focused on true god Gili, and wisps of god tribulation lightning symbols started to appear along with a terrifying undulation of eye bloodline power. This brat's eye intent is close to the level of a true god. True god Gili's heart jumped. He knew that Zhao Feng was going to use an eye bloodline technique. However, true god Gili's soul was so strong. Could Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique harm him? However, Zhao Feng's left eye suddenly started to light up, and the countless symbols of god tribulation lightning turned into a ball of god tribulation lightning flames. Each symbol was surrounded by a wisp of soul eye bloodline flame. Tribulation lightning eye flame. Boom! A ball of god tribulation lightning symbols started to burn and explode in true god Gili's head. Arrogant and conceited, Zhao Feng had a cold expression. He obviously knew that it would be very difficult for him to harm a rank 2 true god with his sole intent. However, the tribulation lightning eye flame didn't have much to do with his sole intent. It had to do with the amount of god tribulation lightning. At this moment, Zhao Feng's lightning soul body contained more than 5,000 symbols of god tribulation lightning, and he had just used half of them. After using the eye bloodline technique, Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye twitched even more, and the mysterious golden ball in the dimension of his god eye started to spin even faster. Go! Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon immediately charged at true god Gili. Sky-penetrating finger! Destruction Dragon Blast. Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon attacked True God Gili at the same time. Boom! True God Gili waved the long blade in his hand and blocked the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon's attack, but Zhao Feng's finger pierced through his body. However, while this sky-penetrating finger could severely injure or kill a rank 1 True God, it wouldn't be able to do much damage to a rank 2 True God. You're courting death. True God Gili became enraged and circulated the ancient bloodline in his body. This was the bloodline of the Ghost Tao, and it made True God Gili's divine body and divine power even stronger. Master, we're not a match for this rank 2 True God with our current strength, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon said. True God Gili's divine power and divine weapon were too strong. If the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, recovered to the strength of a rank 1 True God, it would have a high chance of winning. However, Zhao Feng shook his head. Even if Zhao Feng didn't fight, True God Gili wouldn't let them go. Furthermore, if Zhao Feng used the misty spatial world to teleport away, True God Gili might very well kill his way to the blazing fire golden sheep race. At that point in time, the several 100,000 members of the blazing fire golden sheep race would all die. Although Zhao Feng didn't have much feelings for this race, he didn't want to see several 100,000 people die because of him. Whoosh! Zhao Feng waved his left hand, and a male radiating a powerful ancient bloodline aura appeared. More helpers? True God Gili's expression became slightly cold. Although this male wasn't very strong, the aura of his bloodline made True God Gili's body shake. Attack together! Zhao Feng roared, and the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, and Zhao Wen attacked at the same time. Earth Wood Restriction, Destruction, Dragon Thrust, Sky Penetrating Finger. The trio clashed with True God Gili. Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, were the vanguard, while Zhao Wen was the support. Zhao Feng had reached the early stages of the 7th level of the sacred lightning body and contained the power of God Tribulation Lightning. Normal rank 1 True Gods wouldn't be able to do anything to him, and the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, had the Destruction Dragon body, which was on par with Zhao Feng's body. However, the rank 2 True God using the divine weapon was even more terrifying. The two of them didn't dare to take the attacks head-on. 2 ancient bloodline auras, a descendant of a god. True God Gili's heart shook when he saw Zhao Wen hiding behind Zhao Feng. Zhao Wen's body contained 2 powerful ancient bloodline auras, and one of them was from the eyes of myriad forms. One had to know that all God-eye descendants were extremely talented in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Once they were discovered, they would be sent to peak 4-star and 5-star forces. All of you will die. True God Gili made up his mind. If Zhao Feng was allowed to leave Sky Feather Island alive, they would definitely become experts in the ancient, desolate realm of gods in the future with their talent and potential, and they would definitely come back to take revenge. Black Shah held destruction. True God Gili burned his bloodline and divine power as he gripped his long blade with both hands, and a murderous aura shot into the sky. Not good. A rank 2 True God's killing blow. Zhao Feng's expression changed dramatically. At this moment, True God Gili used a killing blow without caring about the price. Zhao Feng had lured True God Gili out so that he could use some hidden cards. But True God Gili did the same. He used a killing blow against a peak mystic light realm expert without caring about the difference in cultivation. Rumble. Boom. Heaven and earth turned dark as the murderous aura surged into the fierce ghosts and roared. Boom! True God Gili slashed out with a long blade in his hand, and a violent, black, and murderous aura swept toward the trio. Everything in its path was destroyed. After using this move, True God Gili let out a victorious laugh. Even a normal, rank 2 True God wouldn't dare to take this attack lightly. Zhao Feng! The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, exclaimed in shock. Such a terrifying attack was aimed at the three of them at the same time. Even if the power was split up, it would still be able to severely injure the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's foundation. He placed his hopes on Zhao Feng. He knew that Zhao Feng had an extremely powerful defensive divine artifact. Once he used it, he would definitely be able to block this attack. Divine weapon? At this critical moment, Zhao Feng was calmer than anyone else. Thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't take out the ancient god seal in the end. This was because the mysterious golden ball in the dimension of his god eye suddenly released a dreamy, multicolored light. This power made Zhao Feng's heart shake. This was probably the origin power of his god eye. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had an anxious expression when it saw that Zhao Feng was just standing there without taking out his divine weapon. It didn't understand why Zhao Feng wasn't using his divine weapon. Right when it was feeling confused, Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye released a terrifying power. At this instant, a dreamy light flashed through Zhao Feng's left eye before turning into a deep golden light. This aura. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's expression changed and its heart shook. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had seen this aura before. Back in the God Corpse, Zhao Feng had used this power and almost killed true God Tian Fe with the help of the other God Eye descendants. However, there was only Zhao Feng right now. Was the power of Zhao Feng's God Eye still so strong? What's going on? True God Gili's smile froze, and his body started to tremble. Wang, Zhao Feng's left eye completely locked onto True God Gili's attack. A dreamy, multicolored light appeared from the mysterious golden ball in the dimension of his god eye, and this mysterious power instantly started to twist and change. A moment later, a dark and ruthless blade of baleful energy shot out of Zhao Feng's left eye. This attack was the exact same as True God Gili's killing blow. Even its power was extremely close. It was as if it had copied True God Gili's ultimate move. Boom! The two identical ghostly blades clashed together, and heaven and earth turned dark as gravel filled the air. Chapter 1165. Zhao Feng was stunned as he looked at the scene in front of him. Although he was the one who did all of this, he didn't know that it would turn out like this. Boom! In the void, two identical black blades collided with each other, and a terrifying storm of baleful aura surged towards the surrounding heaven and earth. What's going on? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was stunned and couldn't understand. It didn't think that something like this would happen after Zhao Feng activated the origin power of the God Eye. What kind of God Eye was the ninth God's Eye? When the black aura dissipated, True God Gili's flabbergasted expression was revealed. Brat, what did you just do? True God Gili's expression changed as he roared in anger. He still couldn't understand what just happened. How could Zhao Feng use Black Sha Hell Destruction? That was his strongest skill. Furthermore, even if Zhao Feng knew this move, it shouldn't have been able to reach such a level of power. Firstly, there was a difference in cultivation, and secondly, Black Sha Hell Destruction was a skill of the Ghost Dao. Zhao Feng didn't have any aura of the Ghost Dao on him, so he shouldn't have been able to use Black Sha Hell Destruction to such a level. However, in reality, Zhao Feng had indeed used Black Sha Hell Destruction, and its power was on par with his. At this moment, Zhao Feng was also thinking and didn't pay attention to what True God Gili was saying. In the past, Zhao Feng's left eye could duplicate resources, so Zhao Feng quickly calmed down after being surprised for a moment. Looks like my duplication ability has increased once again. In the past, I could only duplicate items in the dimension of my left eye, but now I can duplicate anything in the outside world. Thinking up to there, Zhao Feng's heart shook and he was overjoyed. The increase in his duplication ability allowed him to have such a terrifying ability. However, the energy required to duplicate someone else's move wasn't something that Zhao Feng could endure. More than half of Zhao Feng's Yuan Qi and Eye intent had been used up, and his origin power had also been used up. Zhao Feng realized that all aspects of his god's spiritual eye had decreased. It was as if a middle-aged man had instantly become old. The reason for this was naturally because Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye had lost a large amount of origin energy. At this moment, Zhao Feng finally understood that duplicating resources in the God Eye dimension consumed the origin energy of his eye. However, duplicating resources and duplicating moves were on two completely different levels. Duplicating resources required a lot of time, slowly draining origin energy, and it was almost undetectable. As for duplication, he could instantly draw out his origin energy and push the power of his left eye to its limit. After thinking it through, Zhao Feng lifted his head and looked at real God Gili with a smile. Although Zhao Feng had replicated the previous move and temporarily lowered the power of his left eye, true God Gili was indeed frightened by Zhao Feng, because no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why Zhao Feng would execute such a powerful ghost fiend hell extermination. Kid, answer me. How do you know my battle skill? Although true God Gili was slightly scared, Zhao Feng was only at the peak stages of the mystic light realm, so his arrogance soon appeared once more. Hee, why don't you guess? Zhao Feng couldn't help but snicker. Even the little thieving cat and the black destruction, serpent dragon, didn't know the secret of his god's spiritual eye. So how could he tell true God Gili? You're courting death. The veins on true God Gili's forehead bulged after hearing Zhao Feng's reply. Wang, true God Gili poured his divine power into the divine weapon in his hand and prepared to take action. Right at this moment, Zhao Feng's left eye suddenly released a strong surge of eye intent. Black ghost fiend hell extermination. Zhao Feng roared. What? True God Gili's body shook, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, the next instant, he realized that Zhao Feng didn't use his black destruction, hell extermination. Zhao Feng was just scaring him. True God Gili's expression was filled with anger and embarrassment. He was a rank 2 true God, but he was scared by a peak stage mystic light realm expert. If this spread, he would lose all his face in the future. However, at that moment, a pitch-black, cold ripple stealthily swept towards him from the void. Not good. True God Gili's expression changed dramatically, and he circulated his divine power to protect himself. Whoosh! A black ripple pierced through his chest. Whoosh! With a flash of gray and silver, the little thieving cat immediately ran back to Zhao Feng's side. Meow meow! The little thieving cat told Zhao Feng what happened just now. At the critical moment, true God Gili used his divine power to block most of the damage from the little thieving cat's attack. That's enough. Zhao Feng had a cold expression as he stared at true God Gili's soul. From the start of the battle, Zhao Feng told the little thieving cat to hide on the side. This way, true God Gili's guard would be lower, and the little thieving cat's assassination would be more successful. However, true God Gili was so cautious. As expected of an experienced, rank 2 true God. Damn it, shameless brat. A trickle of blood leaked out of true God Gili's mouth. He didn't expect Zhao Feng to be so cunning. The reason Zhao Feng scared him was to give the hidden spiritual pet a chance to assassinate him. Furthermore, this spiritual pet had a terrifying divine weapon. Luckily, its cultivation wasn't high, or else true God Gili would have died here. Go! Zhao Feng roared. God, destroying finger! Zhao Feng circulated the lightning fire obliteration and charged toward true God Gili. You're courting death! Although true God Gili was injured, he wasn't scared. Destruction Dragon Blast. The black destruction serpent dragon also closed in and waved its paws, unleashing waves of scarlet-black draconic flames. The little thieving cat had already been exposed, so it obviously couldn't hide anymore. It took out the dark golden dragon snake, whipped around its neck, and lashed at true God Gili. Heaviness of earth entanglement of wood. Zhao Wan kept on suppressing and affecting true God Gili. At this moment, everyone was working together, and Zhao Feng didn't even need to use any hidden cards to slowly suppress true God Gili. Damn it, you're bullying me with numbers. True God Gili roared in anger. He wasn't scared when Zhao Feng teamed up with the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, just now. However, the little thieving cat also joined in at this moment. The little thieving cat was extremely cunning and specialized in ambushes. Zhao Wan was also using the eyes of myriad forms to affect his strength. This counts as bullying me with numbers? Little Black and the little thieving cat are my spiritual pets, and he's my clone. Zhao Feng couldn't help but laugh. You! True God Gili's expression was filled with hatred, but he had nothing to say. He could only hate that Zhao Feng had two such strong spiritual pets, and Zhao Feng's clone wasn't simple either. It even had the eyes of myriad forms. True God Gili's clone was still in the palace, and he didn't bring it out. Furthermore, the strength of his clone was average, so it wouldn't affect the battle much even if he brought it out. Run. This thought appeared in True God Gili's heart. If this continued, he would be surrounded by Zhao Feng and company until he died. Whoosh! True God Gili turned into a streak of light and sped into the distance. At the same time, a token appeared in his hand, and True God Gili sent a message. Where do you think you're going? Zhao Feng waved his hand and put Little Black, the little thieving cat, and Zhao Wan into the misty spatial world before flying away. Whoosh! A glittering golden bow appeared in Zhao Feng's hand. This bow was the substandard god weapon that Lu Wei had used to assassinate Zhao Feng. After Lu Wei was killed, this substandard god weapon obviously fell into Zhao Feng's hands. This bow was called Instant Sky, and it was an assassination bow. Its attacks were as fast as lightning. Although the unique characteristics of this bow weren't as good as the skylocking bow, it was still a substandard god weapon, and its abilities surpassed the skylocking bow in every aspect. Zhao Feng merged a surge of lightning fire obliteration and merged it into Instant Sky. Whoosh! With a flash of golden light, a scarlet-red flaming arrow pierced through several dozen thousand miles and brushed past True God Gili's shoulder. If Lu Wei could see this, he would definitely be stunned. Instant Sky was an assassination bow, and it was suitable for assassination, not pursuit, especially when it was so far away. This bow doesn't have the ability to lock onto targets. Luckily, I have the God's spiritual eye. This bow wasn't suitable for pursuit, but when used together with Zhao Feng's left eye, it could make up for this shortcoming. Zhao Feng's left eye's vision was extremely wide, and it locked onto True God Gili. Whenever he found an opportunity, he would shoot out an arrow of lightning fire obliteration. After familiarizing himself with Instant Sky, Zhao Feng's arrows became more accurate. Slowly but surely, True God Gili's injuries became more serious, and his speed started to slow down. Zhao Feng summoned Little Black and told him to chase after True God Gili with Zhao Feng, while Zhao Feng used Instant Sky to chase after True God Gili. Zhao Feng, let me go, and I promise not to cause trouble for you. True God Gili's entire body was scorched black, and his face was pale white. At this moment, he had been chased by Zhao Feng for a month, and he was severely injured. He wasn't Zhao Feng's match anymore. Zhao Feng snickered coldly but didn't say anything. If True God Gili didn't cause trouble for Zhao Feng, the latter would definitely send someone else to cause trouble for him. True God Gili definitely wouldn't let him go. Zhao Feng were getting closer and closer to the Sky Feather Island, Lord's territory. Quickly finish him off, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, said at this moment. Although True God Gili was being chased by Zhao Feng, the route he was taking was in no one's territory because he didn't want others to see him being chased by Zhao Feng to such a sorry state. His final destination was obviously the Sky Feather Island, Lord's territory. Tribulation, lightning, eye flame. Without saying anything else, Zhao Feng condensed almost 4,000 symbols of God Tribulation Lightning and unleashed his most terrifying Tribulation Lightning Eye Bloodline technique. Boom! A ball of lightning exploded in True God Gili's head. True God Gili hugged his head and screamed in pain. However, True God Gili suddenly revealed a deadly smile. "You're dead. My second brother is here." True God Gili, who was extremely weak, looked at Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon as if he was looking at dead people. True God Gili had already sent a message to his second brother to ask for help when they were escaping, but he didn't tell his first brother, the Sky Feather Island Lord. It was just too embarrassing. However, his second brother, True God Guisha, was a rank 3 True God and could easily kill Zhao Feng. Boom! Black clouds started to churn in the distant sky, and a ghostly aura crushed over. Impudence! How dare you attack the Sky Feather Island, Lord Subordinate? A cold-looking old man with skin the color of bones dashed over. Do you think you can live if he's here? Zhao Feng's expression turned cold as a terrifying bloodline divine power spread from his index finger. At the same time, a ball of lightning fire obliteration surrounded it. At the same time, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon beneath his feet released black flames of destruction. Sky penetrating finger. Destruction Dragon Breath. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's Destruction Dragon Breath used its origin power of destruction. You dare to kill me. True God Gili's expression was filled with fear as a coldness of death spread across his body. However, he was too weak at this moment and couldn't block the attacks of Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon. Boom! The destruction attacks from the two instantly destroyed True God Gili. Arg, you're courting death. How dare you kill my third brother? In the distant sky, True God Guisha had a twisted expression as he leapt toward Zhao Feng like a devil from hell. Rank 3 True God. Zhao Feng's expression changed. He knew that he would offend the forces of the Sky Feather Island Lord when he chased after True God Gili, but there was nothing he could do about it. Shi Feng wouldn't let him go. True God Gili wouldn't let him go, and the forces of the Sky Feather Island Lord wouldn't let him go either. If that was the case, then Zhao Feng didn't hesitate at all. He would kill every single one of the Sky Feather Island Lord's subordinates. Chapter 1166. The reason why the Sky Feather Island Lord ruled over Sky Feather Island wasn't because his forces were strong. They only had 3 experts and 3 powerful true gods. Apart from them, there were only a few disciples and servants in the island Lord's palace. Although it was an island, the size of Sky Feather Island was equivalent to the entire Great Gone Lord dynasty. From this, one could see how strong these 3 were to be able to rule over Sky Feather Island. All 3 of them were strong existences amongst those of the same cultivation. The person Zhao Feng just killed was just the weakest of them. Even so, Zhao Feng still used many hidden cards and had the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and Zhao want to assist him while the little thieving cat ambushed him. At this moment, the second in command of the Sky Feather Island Lord's forces, True God Guisha, charged toward Zhao Feng. There were 9 ranks of true gods. Although the difference between each rank wasn't that terrifying, a rank 3 true god wasn't someone that Zhao Feng could fight right now. Even if Zhao Feng wanted to use this life or death situation to squeeze out his potential, he wouldn't clash head-on with such a powerful rank 3 true god. Zhao Feng prepared to use the misty spatial world, but he hesitated for a moment. Once I use the misty spatial world to leave, this person will definitely try to find me and might even attack the blazing fire golden sheep race. Zhao Feng's heart dropped. Although the blazing fire golden sheep race was as small as an ant in True God Gisha's eyes, if the other party couldn't find him, he would definitely attack the blazing fire golden sheep race to regain some face. Right as Zhao Feng was hesitating, True God Guisha arrived. So fast! Zhao Feng's heart jumped. True God Gili's speed was slightly faster than Zhao Feng's, but True God Gish's speed was even faster. He was still several dozen thousand miles away, but Zhao Feng only thought for a moment before he arrived. You dare to kill my third brother? Die! True God Guisha had a savage expression and an angry expression. In reality, he didn't pay much attention to True God Gili when he asked for help. In his opinion, no one in the entire Sky Feather Island was a match for True God Gili. Moreover, they didn't dare to kill True God Gili. Hence, True God Guisha didn't rush over with full force. However, he didn't expect to see True God Gili's death when he arrived. This meant that True God Guisha was partially responsible for True God Gili's death. If his big brother knew about this, he would be punished as well. Hence, real God Guisha had to kill Zhao Feng. Boom! Like a ghost mountain, a chilling and domineering fist pressed down on Zhao Feng. Master, what should we do? The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, was shocked. The enemy this time was a rank 3 True God, and it was a terrifying True God that cultivated the Ghost Tao. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon's cultivation was too low, so it didn't have the ability to run or defend. It could only place its hopes on Zhao Feng. The little thieving cat had already snuck into the misty spatial world. There's no time to hide in the misty spatial world or teleport. Zhao Feng's eyes darkened. Whether it was entering the misty spatial world or teleporting, they both needed time, and teleporting required a stable space. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's eyes tightened, and a triangular piece of metal appeared in his hand. The triangular piece of metal instantly turned into a black shield. Zhao Feng held the divine weapon and faced the attack of a rank 3 True God. A black arc of light blocked True God Gish's attack. In reality, Zhao Feng could also use the duplication ability of the God Eye to block this attack, but duplicating the attack of a rank 3 True God would expend a lot more energy. So Zhao Feng chose to use the divine weapon to block it. True God Gish's killing intent toward Zhao Feng might become even stronger now that he had such a powerful divine weapon. But that didn't matter. He wouldn't let Zhao Feng go in the first place. This is a defensive divine weapon. True God Gish's eyes were filled with surprise. Even if Zhao Feng had a defensive divine weapon, he wouldn't be able to block his attack so easily. This meant that the defensive divine weapon in Zhao Feng's hand wasn't just a low-quality divine weapon. It was very likely an average-quality divine weapon, or even better. True God Gish's eyes were filled with greed. Zhao Feng quickly retreated after blocking this attack and covered the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, and Zhao Wan with his intent. Whoosh! The figures of Zhao Feng's group of 3 vanished. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon paused for a moment within the misty spatial world before saying, Master, it's useless to hide in the misty spatial world. It's useless to hide here? Zhao Feng was surprised. After reaching the level of a true god, one's comprehension of any intent in heaven and earth will reach a whole new level, including the intent of space. Although we're hiding in the misty spatial world, we're still within the laws of space. This person's strength is extraordinary, so he'll definitely be able to sense where we're hiding. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon's eyesight was very high. The moment it said this, the little world that Zhao Feng was in started to shake. How stupid! You think I won't be able to find you just because you're hiding in a little world? Looks like you're just country bumpkins from another dimension. True God Guisha laughed savagely. He had already found where Zhao Feng and company were hiding. All he needed to do was guard this place and continuously attack this dimension to force them out. True God Guisha had already prepared his killing move. Once Zhao Feng and company appeared, only death awaited them. Boom! True God Guisha punched through the air. This punch didn't seem to contain much power, but it contained a large amount of laws that entered the air and caused heaven and earth to tremble. True god Guesha obviously wasn't strong enough to destroy the structure of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. But he only needed to shake this dimension and cause it to tremble slightly to deal heavy damage to the other dimensions hidden within. Within the misty spatial world, the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, quickly said, "Master, if this continues, the little world within the misty spatial world will be destroyed by this person." What? Destroyed? Zhao Feng's expression changed, and he started to panic. Once the misty spatial world was destroyed, wouldn't all the resources within it be revealed? However, at this moment, he would die even if he went out. Could it be that he had nowhere to run? No, there's still a way out. Zhao Feng revealed a faint smile as his intent entered his left eye. In the outside world, true God Guesha was still attacking the dimension and causing it to tremble. "Come out." True God Guesha revealed a cold smile as he punched out. He was confident that this punch would be able to force Zhao Feng and company to appear. Boom! True God Guesha's punch landed in the air once again, and the power within it seeped into the dimension. However, his expression froze. How is this possible? I can't feel them anymore. True God Guesha started to panic. Just now, he suddenly couldn't feel where Zhao Feng and company were hiding. There was nothing strange about this dimension either. The dimension that Zhao Feng and company were hiding in seemed to have disappeared into thin air. A golden-haired figure suddenly appeared within the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng then sent his intent into the misty spatial world and didn't find anything strange. In reality, Zhao Feng's consciousness, soul, and body were able to enter the ancient, desolate realm of gods a long time ago. It was very likely that Zhao Feng had absorbed too much ancient aura and formed the ancient, desolate origin chi. As expected, I completely disappeared from the ancient, desolate realm of gods after entering it. I wonder what kind of dimension the ancient dream realm is and where it is in the fan universe. Zhao Feng gave a joyful smile and sighed. True God Guesha is about to leave. Zhao Feng could sense the situation outside through the misty spatial world. However, could Zhao Feng let true God Guesha leave just like that? If he couldn't find Zhao Feng, true God Guesha would definitely search the entire island and even attack the blazing fire golden sheep race. Whoosh! Zhao Feng returned to the misty spatial world once more. In the outside world, true God Guesha, who was about to leave, suddenly felt a faint disturbance in space and found where Zhao Feng was hiding. Damn it, he's still here. True God Guesha was slightly angry. Just as he was about to attack, space returned to normal, and the target he had locked onto just now had disappeared. How is this possible? What's going on? True God Guesha couldn't understand and was filled with embarrassment and anger. He couldn't do anything to a peak stage mystic light realm brat. That brat is definitely still hiding here. True God Guesha revealed a thoughtful expression. He wasn't able to force Zhao Feng and company out, but if he left, Zhao Feng would definitely take the chance to leave. I don't believe that you'll never come out. True God Guesha roared in anger as he took out a communication token. All of you, come over here. True God Guesha sent out a message. All the servants and disciples in the Sky Feather Island Lord's territory instantly gathered toward where true God Guesha was. Now that the Sky Feather Island Lord was taking Shi Feng to the Blue Ocean Bay's Golden Jade race, true God Guesha was in charge of Sky Feather Island. More than 2 months later, 20 servants and 3 disciples arrived at this place. Of the 20 servants, 10 were peak stage mystic light realm, and 10 were demigods. The other 3 disciples were all demigods, but their strength definitely surpassed normal demigods. Guard this place and set up the Heaven Luo Earth Sha array. True God Guesha roared coldly, and the group started to move. Apart from the Sky Feather Island Lord's territory, another forbidden ground had appeared in Sky Feather Island. The people of Sky Feather Island had set up an extremely powerful array in this forbidden ground. Rank 1 true gods would definitely die if they entered it, and even rank 2 true gods would find it hard to break through. However, no force in Sky Feather Island dared to offend the people of Sky Feather Island, even though the Sky Feather Island Lord wasn't here anymore. However, the forces of Sky Feather Island were extremely curious. Why did the people of the Sky Feather Island Lord set up an array here? Even true god Goetia was lingering nearby. Just what kind of secret was there? On the other side of the ancient desolate realm of gods, there was an extremely black mountain that reached into the clouds. However, the clouds around this black mountain were also extremely thick. Even divine sense was unable to pass through. Within a large hall sat many mysterious figures. These people's auras were extremely strong, and none of them were weaker than true god Goetia. There was a weird body that was as black as water at the top of the hall. It had no facial features, so it was impossible to see its expression. Reporting to Lord God, Xian Wuheng hasn't been found yet. A male in black armor kneeled on one knee outside the hall with a respectful expression. A bunch of trash. An invisible soul voice sounded from the body that was as black as water, but it made the hearts of all the experts present shake. Right at this moment, a figure entered the hall once more. Lord God, I found the disturbance of the ancient god seal in the northwestern region of the Gulong zone. As soon as the words were spoken, many of the cultivators were astounded. The previous oppressive atmosphere instantly dissipated. Lord God, this is a long journey. This subordinate is willing to go and take back the ancient god seal. At this moment, a male wearing dark purple robes stood up. He naturally had to be the first to accomplish such a great deed. Damn it! A bone-chilling voice rang out as a male with a pitch-black face covered in purple tattoos stood up. The person who spoke just now instantly revealed a faint smile and sat down. Okay, ancient god Black Heaven, we must take back the ancient god seal. Anyone who obstructs us will be eliminated. The figure that was as black as water instantly disappeared after saying this, as if it had never existed in the first place. The figures in the hall also slowly dispersed. Chapter 1167. Zhao Feng obviously noticed the killing array outside, but he wasn't in a rush to leave. The ancient dream realm was extremely similar to the ancient desolate realm of gods, so there was no difference between Zhao Feng and the ancient desolate realm of gods. If it wasn't for the fact that he had too many things to do, Zhao Feng could have stayed in the ancient dream realm forever. The Black Destruction, serpent dragon within the misty spatial world, was extremely curious as to why true god Goetia didn't continue to force them out. It definitely wasn't because Goetia was kind enough to stop, but because he couldn't force them out of the misty spatial world. The Black Destruction, serpent dragon, wasn't dumb. It immediately guessed that the reason for this was Zhao Feng. Every time Zhao Feng returned to the misty spatial world, he would only be there for an instant before disappearing. The Black Destruction, serpent dragon, didn't know where Zhao Feng went, and it wouldn't know if Zhao Feng didn't want to tell it. However, that didn't matter as long as they were safe. In order to survive, Zhao Feng would definitely give the Black Destruction, serpent dragon, resources to increase its cultivation and then kill his way out. Within the ancient dream realm, Zhao Feng stood on the back of a giant black ape. This black ape had a fierce and terrifying expression, and its eyes sparkled with a dark light. It had a pair of black wings on its back and radiated a wicked aura. This was Zhao Feng's strongest spiritual pet, the black-winged demonic ape. Its cultivation had reached rank 2 true god, and it was ranked 632nd among the 10,000 ancient races. Master, the blue-eyed ice wolf race can't be underestimated. Although their bloodline isn't as good as mine, they have a lot of people. The black-winged demonic ape said to Zhao Feng. Hee, do you think we'd be scared of them? Zhao Feng smiled confidently. Behind him, countless beasts formed a terrifying horde that followed Zhao Feng's footsteps. Although there were many weak beasts, Zhao Feng had always won with numbers in the ancient dream realm. Moreover, battles and slaughters could eliminate the weak and temper the strong. This was the law of survival of the fittest, the survival of the fittest. Zhao Feng soon arrived at the territory of the blue-eyed ice wolf race. This was a dense and towering forest, filled with icy mist. Many of the trees were covered in a layer of ice crystals. In the center of this forest, there was a pond of ice and snow. Of course, some of the natural treasures here were also of the ice and water attribute. At this time, the blue-eyed ice wolf tribe had gathered at the edge of the forest, as if they were guarding their territory. Although their eyes were vicious, there was also a sliver of fear in them. This was because Zhao Feng's beast horde was simply too large. Human, what is the meaning of this? An incomparably large blue-eyed ice wolf emitted a biting cold aura from its body. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Feng discovered that this blue-eyed ice wolf was a rank 3 true god. Feng, and you will too, I will Feng to you. Zhao Feng coldly said. Zhao Feng to the ice to god. Feng, Feng Chen Blue, the Feng, dragon blue god. In truth, Zhao Feng was also extremely confused. Why didn't the powerful beasts in the ancient dream realm take human form? Almost all the races in the ancient desolate realm of gods took human form. Impossible. The blue-eyed ice wolf race will never submit to a lowly race like you. The giant blue-eyed ice wolf said coldly. Then I'll make you submit. Zhao Feng waved his hand, and the beast army behind him charged forward. Zhao Feng didn't just stand around. He charged into the icy mist forest with the black-winged demon ape. Zhao Feng didn't come to the ancient dream realm to play around. He came to fight for resources, kill, and increase his strength. Once he was strong enough, Zhao Feng would naturally return to the ancient desolate realm of gods and kill true god Gili. Zhao Feng and the black-winged demon ape charged at the strongest expert of the blue-eyed ice wolf race. So fast! Zhao Feng was stunned. The blue-eyed ice wolf specialized in ice and water intent. At the same time, it was extremely agile, which countered the black-winged demon ape. On the other hand, Zhao Feng's current strength wasn't enough to face a rank 3 true god blue-eyed ice wolf head-on. He could only hide behind the black-winged demon ape and attack it. From the looks of it, I need to learn a new flying technique. Zhao Feng's eyes focused. After coming to the ancient desolate realm of gods, Zhao Feng's advantage in speed started to weaken. In his battle with true god Gili, Zhao Feng was slightly slower than him, and true god Gili's speed completely surpassed Zhao Feng's. This blue-eyed ice wolf was also extremely fast. Even if Zhao Feng and the black-winged demon ape worked together, they still wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Zhao Feng's lightning wings, flying technique, and lightning wings, spatial flash were too low level. Even if his wind lightning sacred power was extremely strong, it wouldn't be able to make up for the difference in the quality of his flying techniques. Tribulation, lightning, eye flame. Wisps of god tribulation, lightning symbols started to condense in Zhao Feng's left eye. Since he couldn't do anything to the blue-eyed ice wolf in terms of speed, Zhao Feng could only use other methods. The damage of the tribulation lightning eye flame was related to the god tribulation lightning symbols. Even if Zhao Feng's soul intent wasn't as strong as the blue-eyed ice wolf's, he could still deal significant damage to it. However, what surprised Zhao Feng was that the blue-eyed ice wolf's resistance to Zhao Feng's tribulation lightning eye flame was also very strong. Aurora illusion. The blue-eyed ice wolf's eyes suddenly focused on Zhao Feng and radiated a powerful ice-cold eye bloodline. Not good. The blue-eyed ice wolf's bloodline is both an ice-water bloodline and an eye bloodline. Zhao Feng's expression changed slightly. Although the blue-eyed ice wolf's eye bloodline was very weak, its cultivation was very high. If Zhao Feng was hit by it, it wouldn't be good. God eye duplication. In the ancient dream realm, Zhao Feng used the new ability of his left eye without hesitation. A dreamy rainbow flashed through Zhao Feng's left eye, which then turned into a faint golden light. Bzzz. A similar ice-cold illusion shot out of Zhao Feng's left eye. How is this possible? What was that energy just now? The blue-eyed ice wolf was shocked and slowed down. It stared in shock at Zhao Feng's left eye, and fear slowly appeared in its eyes. Go, black-winged demon ape. Zhao Feng's expression was also shocked as he gave the order. For some reason, the blue-eyed ice wolf was no longer as strong as before. Under the attacks of Zhao Feng, the black-winged demon ape, and the other Yao beasts, it quickly lost the ability to fight and was branded with a dark heart seal by Zhao Feng. With the strongest member of the blue-eyed ice wolf race enslaved, the battle quickly came to an end. All of you go organize the spoils of war, and then report back to me. After giving this order, Zhao Feng no longer cared about these Yao beasts. This was because when he was using the God-Eye duplication and circulating his origin energy, Zhao Feng suddenly sensed something strange. This strange feeling didn't exist in the ancient, desolate realm of gods, only in the ancient dream realm. Zhao Feng suddenly sensed that the ancient dream realm suppression on him had weakened. It could also be said that the ancient dream realm had accepted Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had become one with the ancient dream realm, and everything around him felt intimate and natural to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's eyes brightened as he suddenly thought of a possibility. If my left eye can become a God Eye, the ancient dream realm will be the equivalent of my God Eye origin dimension. This phenomenon can be explained by the fact that I already have a sliver of control over this dimension. Zhao Feng excitedly muttered to himself. If Zhao Feng's conjecture was correct, then when his God Eye fully awakened, the ancient dream realm would be completely under his control, and Zhao Feng would be the supreme ruler of the ancient dream realm. At that time, all the resources of the ancient dream realm would be available for Zhao Feng to take, and the powerful races here would be his helpers. But this was just Zhao Feng's conjecture. I have to get stronger to prove all this. Zhao Feng's eyes were extremely determined, and his desire to get stronger intensified. It didn't take long before Zhao Feng's Yao Beast Horde reported the results of this battle to Zhao Feng. The Yao Beast Horde had suffered rather heavy losses in this battle. After all, the blue-eyed ice wolf race was an extremely vicious race that was skilled in ice, water, and illusions. At the same time, Zhao Feng's harvest from this battle was the greatest. Other than a large amount of ice water, there were also 2 substandard God crystal veins and an ice Dao inheritance ground. There's an inheritance here. Zhao Feng was slightly shocked. He had never seen something like this before. However, at this moment, Zhao Feng didn't bother with this inheritance ground. Instead, he went next to a substandard God crystal vein. Take. Zhao Feng directly put the substandard God crystal vein into the misty spatial world. The black destruction serpent dragon, who was cultivating in the misty spatial world, suddenly opened its eyes. A giant vein flashing with white light smashed into an empty area, and dense heaven-earth yuan qi instantly started to surge. A substandard God crystal vein. The black destruction serpent dragon's mouth was wide open in disbelief. This time, Zhao Feng had directly thrown out a substandard God crystal vein. One had to know that a substandard God crystal vein was the foundation of a 4-star race, and it was something that the entire race valued the most. Without a crystal vein, a 4-star race would definitely fall and disappear from the ancient, desolate realm of gods. In contrast to the black destruction serpent dragon's shock, Zhao Wang, and the little thieving cat were unmoved. Where did this brat go? How could he take out such a rare item? The black destruction serpent dragon's eyes kept on turning. It wanted to go where Zhao Feng was, but Zhao Feng definitely wouldn't tell it. If the black destruction serpent dragon was at its peak strength, it obviously wouldn't care about this substandard God crystal vein, but at Zhao Feng's level, it was a miracle that he could have one. Little Black, bury the crystal vein in the ground. Zhao Feng's voice sounded in the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon's mind. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, was extremely helpless and did as Zhao Feng said. Only a few beings within the misty spatial world could use this substandard god crystal vein, and its effects were extremely obvious. The cultivation speed of the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, Zhao Wan, and the little thieving cat instantly doubled. Members of various races continuously appeared around the array that the Sky Feather Island, Lord's people, had set up. They all wanted to know why the Sky Feather Island, Lord's people, had set up such a terrifying array here. The array was in the air, and there was nothing inside it. It had already been a month, but the Sky Feather Island, Lord's people, hadn't left yet. What's going on? Could some treasure be about to appear here? All the intelligence personnel of Sky Feather Island surrounded this area. However, a few races in this area guessed a possibility. After True God Gili chased after Zhao Feng, the two of them hadn't appeared again. True God Guisha then set up an array here and personally guarded this place. They were all guessing if True God Guisha was waiting for Zhao Feng, but it was just a guess. They didn't know where Zhao Feng had gone or why True God Guisha would set up a killing array in the air. True God Gisha's divine sense was still paying attention to the array in a cave several dozen thousand miles away from the Heaven Luo Earthsha array. It's appeared again. True God Gisha's eyes suddenly flashed, but they soon dimmed down. Every time the disturbance in space appeared, it would only appear for an instant, as if it was toying with True God Guisha. In the span of a month, the disturbance in space had appeared 3 times. However, True God Guisha had to kill Zhao Feng, or else he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the Sky Feather Island Lord. Furthermore, the treasures on Zhao Feng were extremely tempting. However, at this moment, apart from True God Guisha, no one else in the Sky Feather Island Lord's forces could sense the dimension hidden in heaven and earth. Therefore, True God Guisha had to guard this place to prevent Zhao Feng from escaping. Let's see how long you can hide for. True God Guisha had an ugly expression. He didn't believe that Zhao Feng could hide in that unknown dimension forever. Chapter 1168. In the territory of the blue-eyed ice wolf race in the ancient dream realm, there was a pond of ice, and there was an inheritance of ice at the bottom of the pond. However, the blue-eyed ice wolf race was ranked towards the back of the 10,000 ancient races, so this inheritance wasn't very strong. Zhao Feng specialized in the Tao of Fire and the Tao of Wind Lightning, and he was currently cultivating the Tao of Metal, so Zhao Feng didn't have any extra time to cultivate the Tao of Ice. However, to Zhao Wan, this was an excellent place to train. Zhao Feng soon brought Zhao Wan and Zhao Wang into the ancient dream realm, and the territory of the blue-eyed ice wolf race became Zhao Wan's personal cultivation ground. Although his cultivation was still at the peak stages of the mystic light realm, his overall strength was increasing rapidly. Whoosh! Zhao Feng quickly sped through the ancient dream realm. The suppression of the ancient dream realm on me has decreased. My speed is even faster here. Zhao Feng gave a faint smile as he arrived at the peak of a mountain. Apart from speed, Zhao Feng's senses and eyesight had also increased. Zhao Feng had the god's spiritual eye, and his eyesight was already very strong. Now it was even more terrifying. He could see more than 100,000 miles away in the ancient dream realm. However, if Zhao Feng returned to the ancient desolate realm of gods, all of this would disappear. Several resources and god crystals appeared in front of Zhao Feng as he sat down. In order to increase his strength, substandard god crystals weren't enough for Zhao Feng anymore. Although god crystals were rare, Zhao Feng had several substandard god crystal veins in the ancient dream realm. The essence of these substandard god crystal veins would occasionally produce god crystals, and Zhao Feng could use his left eye to duplicate them. Zhao Feng circulated the five elemental wind lightning technique and absorbed the pure divine power and heaven-earth yuan qi from the resources within the god crystals. At the same time, Zhao Feng circulated the lightning fire obliteration and combined it with the power of God tribulation lightning within his sacred lightning body to refine his sacred lightning body. These were all external cultivation, while Zhao Feng's soul world was deducing secret flying techniques. After coming to the ancient desolate realm of gods, Zhao Feng had killed too many demigods, including true god Gili. These experts all had a lot of movement skills and spatial techniques in their interspatial dimensions. Zhao Feng understood them all and prepared to create a speed secret technique that was suitable for him. The Thunder Wings flying art contains the Tao of wind and thunder, but the wind is graceful and agile. It is suitable for evasive movement techniques, but its speed is inferior to thunder. Thus, I can abandon the concept of wind. Metal is as fast as light and can pierce through everything. Its speed is on par with lightning. If I can deduce a secret flying technique of the Tao of metal lightning, the effects should be pretty good. Soon, Zhao Feng sorted out the general direction. However, it was simply too difficult to derive a speed secret technique on his own. It would be great if he could use the metal lightning flight technique as reference. A month passed by very quickly, and Zhao Feng had made a lot of progress in the five elemental wind lightning technique and the golden Kuan sacred lightning body, but he still hadn't figured out the flight mystic technique. Whoosh! Zhao Feng directly took out two vine fruits. One was golden and the other was dark blue. These two vine fruits contained the concept of metal and lightning respectively, and the crystal walls on them had completely disappeared. The instant the two vine fruits appeared, Zhao Feng entered a world of golden light and lightning. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts surged in this world, and golden light shot everywhere. Another month passed, and Zhao Feng's eyes suddenly opened. Wang, a pair of scarlet golden wings of lightning formed behind Zhao Feng's back, and he instantly shot into the clouds. Soon, the wings behind Zhao Feng slowly turned into a pair of dazzling golden wings of lightning, and the power of metal in heaven and earth surged toward Zhao Feng. Heaven and earth lit up with golden light. Whoosh! Zhao Feng suddenly sped forward, and the pair of pure golden wings behind him left behind a faint golden streak of light. Zhao Feng's speed became faster and faster, and it was as if he could pierce through everything. Nothing could stop his flying footsteps. Whoosh! Zhao Feng was like a blazing streak of golden light that quickly flew through the sky. It was impossible to see his figure. Not counting the advantages of the ancient dream realm, if I were in the ancient desolate realm of gods, my current speed would be twice as fast as using the lightning wings flying technique. Zhao Feng revealed a joyful expression. This was a flying technique that Zhao Feng had just derived. As he comprehended the concept of metal, Zhao Feng's flying technique would become even faster. When deriving flying techniques, Zhao Feng only used divine rank secret techniques as reference. Thus, the flying technique that Zhao Feng derived would be at least divine rank. Next, I should try out spatial techniques. Zhao Feng had an excited and expectant expression. Wang, the pure golden wings on Zhao Feng's back instantly turned into a wave of golden blue lightning. Countless lightning bolts crisscrossed each other. Lightning radiance escape. As Zhao Feng flew, the wings on his back gave off a deafening boom. In a flash, Zhao Feng's body seemed to turn into a bolt of lightning, instantly flashing tens of thousands of li away, like a bolt of lightning exploding out of nowhere. Flying techniques are based on the Tao of metal, with the Tao of wind and lightning as support. Spatial techniques are based on the Tao of lightning, with the Tao of metal and wind as support. This was the core of Zhao Feng's flying technique. I'll call it the metal lightning radiance wings technique. Zhao Feng named the flying technique he had deduced. Of course, This was just a secret technique that Zhao Feng had just arrived, and there was still room for improvement. In the following period of time, Zhao Feng started to cultivate this secret technique and continuously improved it. All the Yao beasts in Zhao Feng's territory could see dazzling golden light or rumbling, lightning flashing across the sky every day. 3 months later, Zhao Feng's metal lightning radiance wings technique had been perfected, and his flying and spatial techniques had become much stronger than before. It was now at least at the middle stage of the divine realm. Zhao Feng's comprehension of the Tao of metal lightning was also of great help to the 5 elemental wind lightning technique and the golden Kuan sacred lightning body. In just half a year, Zhao Feng had cultivated these 2 techniques to the early stages, and they were extremely stable. He could break through to the late stages at any time. All aspects of Zhao Feng's strength had become stronger. Master, true God Guisha has left. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon's voice sounded in Zhao Feng's mind at this moment. Zhao Feng had been in the ancient dream realm for a while now, so he didn't care about what was happening in the outside world. He only told the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, to pay attention to what was happening outside, especially true God Guisha. He's left. Zhao Feng's figure slowly disappeared from the ancient dream realm and appeared in the misty spatial world. If true God Guisha was here right now, he would immediately sense the disturbance in the Heaven Luo Earth Sha array and attack the space where the misty spatial world was hiding. However, there was nothing happening in the outside world. From the looks of it, true God Guisha had truly left. It's very likely that he went to the blazing fire golden sheep race to investigate me. Zhao Feng murmured in his heart as he started to think. The blazing fire golden sheep race was like an ant in the eyes of a rank 3 true god. Whether or not they were killed depended on true God Gisha's mood. However, true God Guisha has been guarding this place for the past half a year. This means that the Sky Feather Island Lord isn't here. A smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face as he slowly thought about it. According to Zhao Feng's guesses, the Sky Feather Island Lord might have gone to the Golden Jade race with Shifeng. If the Sky Feather Island Lord wasn't here, the danger to Zhao Feng would be greatly reduced. Little Black, kill your way out. Battle intent appeared in Zhao Feng's eyes. True God Guisha and the Sky Feather Island Lord weren't here. If Zhao Feng and the Black Serpent Dragon charged out, could a mere Heaven Luo Earth Sha array stop them? Furthermore, if Zhao Feng killed these people and headed straight for the Sky Feather Island Lord's territory, true God Guisha would definitely be forced to return. Okay. The Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon, had a cold and bloodthirsty expression. Now that it had regained the strength of a rank 1 true god, it wanted to go out and fight a long time ago. In the outside world, the 23 servants and disciples of Sky Feather Island stood in the air with helpless expressions. They had already stayed here for half a year. Just like that, they had set up an array formation out of thin air. Inside the array formation, there was only air. Sigh, I really don't know what the Second Island Lord is trying to do. That's right, the Second Island Lord has also been guarding this place for half a year. Now that true God Guisha had left, they only dared to discuss in small voices, but they didn't dare to curse the Second Island Lord. From this, one could see how terrifying the 3 Island Lords were. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared within their spirit formation. Just like that, they appeared out of thin air. One of them was covered in black scales, and his cold and bloodthirsty eyes made one's heart tremble. The other was handsome and cold. His faint golden hair blew in the wind, and his golden eyes were deep and calm. What? Why are there people inside? One of the more serious disciples suddenly widened his eyes, a shocked expression on his face. Quick, activate the killing array. A stronger demigod disciple immediately yelled. Everyone instantly circulated their sacred power and activated the Heaven Luo Earth Sha array. The array created by the 23 of them was extremely strong. Even a rank 2 true god would find it hard to break through it. Sky-destroying sacred lightning palm. Without saying anything else, Zhao Feng circulated the lightning fire obliteration and merged it into his golden palm. The sky-destroying sacred lightning palm was extremely destructive against little worlds and large objects. This Heaven Luo Earth Sha array was no exception. 1. A giant golden palm flashed with scarlet golden flames as it landed on the array. Broom! The array started to tremble, and more than a dozen of the weaker people felt the blood in their bodies boil. On the other side, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's claws unleashed a scarlet black flame that slammed into the array. Boom! Pung! Pung! The Heaven Luo Earth Sha array showed signs of collapsing after just one attack from the two of them. This made the hearts of the servants and disciples jump, and their faces paled. These two are so strong. Could this be why the second island master told us to set up this array? While they were sighing in amazement, Zhao Feng and the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had already broken through the array. Run! Even the Heaven Luo Earth Sha array had been broken. The servants and disciples instantly paled in fear, and their hair stood on end as they ran in all directions. 1. A pair of pure golden wings appeared on Zhao Feng's back. It was as if he was a dazzling golden sun. Whoosh! A golden light flashed past, and the bodies and souls of the 3 people that were running away were sliced in half. Whoosh! The golden light turned back, and several more servants fell to the ground. So fast! What kind of flying secret technique is this? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was slightly surprised. A bright golden light turned back, and the people of Sky Feather Island that were running in all directions were all killed by Zhao Feng. Go to the Sky Feather Island Lord's territory. With an order, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon turned back into its main body and carried Zhao Feng towards Sky Feather Island. True God Guisha, who had just left this place and was about to go to the blazing fire golden sheep race to ask about Zhao Feng's background, suddenly held a communication token in his trembling right hand. Zhao Feng, I, Guisha, swear that I won't be human if I don't kill you. True God Guisha roared and immediately returned. Chapter 1169. The news that all of the Sky Feather Island Lord's subordinates had been killed started to spread not long after Zhao Feng left. Probably only the patriarchs of the top 5 forces of Sky Feather Island had the strength to break through the Heaven Luo Earth Sha array. However, none of the forces of Sky Feather Island dared to kill the people of the Sky Feather Island Lord. Who was it that offended true God Guisha and killed the people of the Sky Feather Island Lord? At this moment, Zhao Feng stood on the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and charged toward the territory of the Sky Feather Island Lord. The forces that Zhao Feng encountered along the way were forces that he had never seen before. Zhao Feng even saw forces that were even stronger than the blue-eyed ice wolf race. This serpent dragon contained such a terrifying bloodline. The patriarch of a powerful force felt the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon fly over his head, and the bloodline in his body started to tremble. Apart from the forces of the Sky Feather Island Lord, the strongest forces in Sky Feather Island only had rank 2 true gods. At this moment, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had recovered to the strength of a rank 1 true god, so they were obviously scared. When did such a powerful person appear in Sky Feather Island? Many experts exclaimed in their hearts as they saw the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and the golden-haired male fly over its head. Whoosh! A black flame flashed by and left a trail of destructive scarlet-black flames in the air. The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's strength had increased, and its speed had increased as well. Furthermore, when Zhao Feng was chasing after true God Gili, he wasn't far from the territory of the Sky Feather Island Lord. Therefore, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon arrived at the territory of the Sky Feather Island Lord in just a month. The territory of the Sky Feather Island Lord was surrounded by mountains, and the aura of evil ghosts filled the air. There were countless tombs, and several large palaces were built halfway up the mountain. At this moment, there were still some servants in the palaces that were even weaker, so true God Guisha hadn't called them over. "Everyone fuck off, or else I'll kill you." Zhao Feng circulated his mystic light, sacred power, and roared. A thunderous sound immediately spread forward, shaking everyone's ears and mind, lingering for a long time. Although Zhao Feng was decisive in killing, he would never kill the innocent. Immediately, some of the servants in the pavilion flew out, retreating a certain distance before concealing themselves. There were also some who believed that Zhao Feng would not dare to act recklessly. Who on Sky Feather Island would dare to cause trouble in the territory of the Sky Feather Island Lord? However, everything had an exception. This time, Zhao Feng was an exception. "Destroy!" Zhao Feng said indifferently. "Who?" The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon swung its tail and charged forward, spitting out a scarlet-black ball of destructive dragon flames. The buildings here were all constructed from extremely precious materials and had sturdy arrays, but they were all destroyed by the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's destructive dragon flames. Wherever the crimson-black flames passed, everything was incinerated. Teleportation formation. Zhao Feng's gaze was focused on the area below these pavilions. Whoosh! Zhao Feng immediately arrived at the side of the teleportation ancient formation. At this moment, Zhao Feng was also hesitating whether or not he should use the teleportation formation to leave. Right at this moment, a surge of ghostly aura suddenly descended. "Zhao Feng, how dare you destroy this place?" True God Gisha's eyes were about to spit fire from anger when he saw the scene in front of him. If Zhao Feng even destroyed this place, it would be even harder for him to explain himself when his big brother returned. However, as long as he killed Zhao Feng and obtained the treasures on him, he should be able to appease his big brother's anger. True God Gisha's gaze then landed on Zhao Feng. What a fool! This teleportation ancient formation needs an array master to activate it. It can teleport you to any teleportation array in Blue Ocean Bay. You won't be able to use it. True God Gisha's cold eyes revealed a mocking expression. Boom! Behind True God Gisha's back, a ghost shadow world appeared. This was the power of his little world projection. True God Guisha is going to use his full strength. Zhao Feng's eyes focused. True God Guisha had released the power of his little world projection from the very beginning. Under this situation, Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to teleport away. Even if he hid in the misty spatial world, there would be many openings. Whoosh! The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon arrived next to Zhao Feng. Although it had recovered to the strength of a rank 1 true god, it still wasn't enough to deal with a rank 3 true god expert of the Tao of Ghosts. Sky Ghost Fist. True God Guisha punched out at Zhao Feng. This black fist was strengthened by the projection of his little world, and it radiated a ghostly aura. Zhao Feng stood within True God Gisha's little world projection. He didn't circulate his mystic light, sacred power, and only had a faint smile on his face. A dreamy light suddenly flashed through Zhao Feng's left eye, which then turned golden. His left eye locked onto True God Gisha's attack and instantly analyzed the structure of this attack. Boom! A pitch-black fist, shrouded in ghostly aura, shot out of Zhao Feng's left eye. What? True God Guisha instantly lost the ability to think as he watched the two ghostly fists collide in the air. Zhao Feng used the exact same battle skill as him, and their power was on par with each other. A forbidden power of destruction suddenly radiated from the mouth of the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon on True God Gisha's left. Not good. The origin power of destruction. True God Gisha's expression changed slightly. He had sensed the black destruction, serpent dragon, a long time ago, but the scene just now was so shocking that he forgot about everything else. He never underestimated the black destruction, serpent dragon, which had the bloodline of the destruction dragon race. Destruction dragon breath. The black destruction, serpent dragon, spat out a ball of scarlet black, forbidden divine flames. Boom! A giant scarlet black fireball appeared in heaven and earth. It was like a scarlet black sun that burned everything. Even the power of true God Gish's little world was being destroyed. Boom! A surge of ghostly aura dissipated the scarlet black sun. Being a rank 3 true God Guesha obviously had many hidden cards. The black destruction, serpent dragon, wasn't enough to deal with him. True God Guesha held a dark silver spear, made of skeletons. The tip of the spear seemed to be the tongue of the skeleton, and it was extremely terrifying. However, when he broke through this attack, Zhao Feng's tribulation lightning eye flame had already finished forming. Boom! A ball of golden white lightning landed on True God Gish's head. Arg! True God Guesha felt as if 10,000 bolts of lightning had pierced through his soul. Zhao Feng didn't stop after this attack, and a triangular piece of metal appeared in his hand. Ding! Ding! The triangular piece of metal turned into a black long sword that flashed with a faint golden light. Zhao Feng merged the lightning fire obliteration and divine power into it, and he slashed out a black sword that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Little Black, let's go! Zhao Feng put the black destruction serpent dragon into the misty spatial world before activating the whirlpool within the mysterious golden ball and arriving in the ancient dream realm. He used the duplication ability of his left eye to attract True God Gish's attention before unleashing a barrage of attacks that all hit their target. However, once True God Guesha recovered, he was still unstoppable with the divine weapon in his hand. Zhao Feng knew that he couldn't kill True God Guesha right now. Everything he did just now was to tell True God Guesha that he wasn't weak and that he could injure him. In fact, he might even be able to kill him soon. If True God Guesha was smart, he could leave right now. However, if he still wanted to kill Zhao Feng, then True God Guesha would die when Zhao Feng became even stronger. Arg! Zhao Feng! True God Guesha roared into the sky and vented the anger in his heart. He was injured by the destruction dragon breath just now. Then his soul was severely injured by Zhao Feng's tribulation lightning eye flame, and he even had to endure the attack from Zhao Feng's divine weapon. From start to finish, he had been on the defensive. However, at this moment, Zhao Feng had disappeared once again. He had completely disappeared from this dimension. He couldn't take revenge even if he wanted to. Zhao Feng, you forced me to do this. True God Guesha left after saying this. After retreating tens of thousands of miles, True God Guesha took out another token and said, "All True God experts, come to the Sky Feather Island Lord's territory." True God Guesha wasn't a stupid person. The fact that Zhao Feng had hidden in that dimension for half a year and suddenly appeared after True God Guesha left meant that Zhao Feng could see what was going on outside. Therefore, this time, True God Guesha retreated tens of thousands of miles and gathered all the True God experts of Sky Feather Island to surround this place. He didn't believe that Zhao Feng could hide forever. Some of these people specialized in intent of space and might be able to find an opening in Zhao Feng. Maybe they could stop Zhao Feng from hiding in that unknown dimension the next time Zhao Feng came out. True God Guesha had just finished doing all this when the teleportation array below the black dragon flame flashed with a silver light and a white figure appeared. "Guesha, what's going on?" This person was wearing white robes and had a cold face. He had white hair and didn't look very old. However, Gish's body trembled when he saw this person. His big brother had returned. Suddenly, a strange spatial fluctuation appeared in the air and disappeared in a flash. The Sky Feather Island Lord raised his head slightly, and a cold light shot out of his eyes as he looked at the weird spatial disturbance. Zhao Feng was still in a daze within the ancient dream realm. The Sky Feather Island Lord is back. Zhao Feng originally thought that the big brother of True God Gili and True God Guisha would be an old man from the demonic Tao. He didn't expect it to be a youth. However, this meant that this person was extremely talented and strong. He was a genius to have reached the true God realm at such a young age. The Sky Feather Island Lord is a rank 4 true God and the strongest expert of Sky Feather Island. From the looks of it, I won't be able to leave for a long time. Zhao Feng smiled helplessly. He only came here to cause trouble to true God Guisha and make him angry. He didn't expect the Sky Feather Island Lord to return. Although the ancient dream realm wasn't very different from the ancient desolate realm of gods, Zhao Feng couldn't stay here forever. The path of martial arts should be reckless and not be afraid of danger. At this moment, Zhao Feng was surrounded by others and didn't even dare to go out. This would severely affect Zhao Feng's mental state, and it might even become a problem for the god-shaking lightning tribulation. However, Zhao Feng had caused too much trouble this time. Even the Sky Feather Island Lord had returned. Going out would be suicide. The true god experts of the various factions of Sky Feather Island arrived one after another. They were originally very dissatisfied with true God Gisha's orders, but when they saw the Sky Feather Island Lord, they didn't have any objections. The true God experts that specialized in space intent and arrays worked together to set up a space sealing array that locked down everything within tens of thousands of miles. Several dozen figures floated into the air 10,000 miles away. These people were all true God experts. If you succeed, this island lord will not mistreat you. The Sky Feather Island Lord had a cold expression. No one could tell what he was feeling. True God Skyfire was also present, but after he explained everything, the Sky Feather Island Lord didn't bother with him. Perhaps it was out of disdain. True God Skyfire was also worried and fearful when he saw such a large group. Zhao Feng alone could turn Sky Feather Island into such a state. Sigh, my lifespan has reached its limit, and the blazing fire golden sheep race will fall. This is probably why the Sky Feather Island Lord doesn't want to take action against me. True God Sky, fire sighed in his heart. Zhao Feng, once you appear, you won't be able to escape. True God Guisha had a cold and savage expression. Chapter 1170. Within the ancient dream realm, Zhao Feng sat cross-legged on the peak of a mountain. His body flashed with a golden light and was covered in lightning. In front of him, surges of strange power flowed out of several precious resources and divine crystals and entered Zhao Feng's sacred power whirlpool. In the distant sky, a blinding golden sun shot out beams of scorching light that landed on Zhao Feng's body and increased Zhao Feng's cultivation speed. At a certain moment, a blinding golden lightning shot out from Zhao Feng's body, and the area around Zhao Feng shook, leaving behind countless scorch marks. The metal of wind lightning around Zhao Feng's body became brighter and brighter as it radiated a blinding golden light. At this moment, Zhao Feng was like a golden sun that was competing with the sun in the sky. However, this blinding light and powerful aura slowly retracted into Zhao Feng's body. The 10th level of the 5 elemental wind lightning technique, the metal of wind lightning, has broken through to the greater success stage. Zhao Feng opened his bright eyes and spat out a mouthful of hot air. However, this bit of strength is far from enough. The metal of wind lightning had improved, but Zhao Feng didn't reveal much joy. Although he was cultivating in the ancient dream realm, he still knew how dangerous the outside world was. There was no one around the Sky Feather Island Lord's territory. But Zhao Feng knew that everyone was hiding nearby, including true God Guisha and the Sky Feather Island Lord. It could be said that Zhao Feng was surrounded by all the experts of Sky Feather Island. Once he went out, he would be attacked by all the experts. Even a rank 5 true god would die. However, there was still a chance of survival. Zhao Feng had already thought of two solutions. The first was for Zhao Feng to break through to the heavenly divine realm as soon as possible and become a rank 2 true god at the very least. Then he would let Zhao Wan and Zhao Wang break through to the heavenly divine realm. After successfully breaking through to the deity realm, Zhao Feng and the others could consolidate and improve their strength, and maybe they could kill their way out of the encirclement. The second option was to spend a large amount of resources to nurture the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon and help it recover its strength. At its peak, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was an existence comparable to an ancient god. It was terrifyingly powerful, so it didn't need to care about a mere Sky Feather Island lord. However, both of these plans had great drawbacks. The first plan would cause Zhao Feng and his two clones to lose their potential, making their future path of cultivation even more difficult. The second plan would bring danger to Zhao Feng. After all, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon was too strong and could easily escape his control. Let's increase our strength first. There should be other ways. Zhao Feng stopped thinking about it. Just now, Zhao Feng came up with another plan, but it still had a huge drawback. Therefore, Zhao Feng decided to train while thinking, trying to come up with a better solution. Otherwise, he could only choose the plan with the least drawbacks. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Behind Zhao Feng, a pair of glittering golden holy light wings filled with lightning patterns condensed. Whoosh! Zhao Feng's body turned into a faint golden light and disappeared into the sky. There were many things that Zhao Feng could improve right now. Apart from the metal of wind lightning that he had just broken through, he still had the sacred lightning body, eye bloodline techniques, metal lightning radiance wings technique, and the power of the god blood in his index finger. Every day, Zhao Feng cultivated in his territory in the ancient dream realm and increased his abilities. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The true god powerhouses of Sky Feather Island were still standing guard outside. To true god powerhouses, half a year was just the blink of an eye. Many of the true gods present were over 50,000 years old, and some were even older. However, at this moment, no one in Sky Feather Island knew that the other places in the ancient, desolate realm of gods were completely shaken, and a storm was sweeping from the strongest forces to the weakest forces. Within a beautiful palace made of gold and blue jade in Blue Ocean Bay, Wang, a sparkling white pathway suddenly appeared on an ancient stone platform. It radiated an ancient aura that was even thicker than the ancient, desolate realm of gods. The wild, ancient secret dimension has successfully connected. An old and bright voice resounded across heaven and earth. The hearts of the powerful figures near the stone platform shook. The voice just now belonged to the patriarch of the Golden Jade race, ancient godlight jade. At this moment, several old true god experts, next to the stone platform, came to the side of the pathway and took out some instruments. These instruments flashed with lights of different colors and covered the pathway. Patriarch, the strongest cultivation that the pathway can accommodate, is a rank 5 true god. The elders' eyes twinkled. The wild ancient mystic dimension opened once every 10,000 years, and every time the highest cultivation level that could enter it was at the 3rd or 4th rank. For a remote area like Blue Ocean Bay, the cultivation levels of the disciples that could enter were even lower. Rumors said that 30 million years ago, some forces in the ancient desolate realm of gods had rank 5 true gods enter. From then on, the strongest cultivators that could enter the wild, ancient secret dimension were rank 4 true gods. However, for some reason, the pathway to a remote place like Blue Ocean Bay allowed rank 5 true gods to enter. Even rank 5 true gods can enter. Good. I didn't think that I, true god Tianhua, would have the chance to enter the wild, ancient secret dimension. An elder wearing a jade robe stood in the crowd. He didn't have a single wrinkle on his face, and his body glowed with a golden light. He had an excited expression. He was the strongest rank 5 true god in the race. If a rank 5 true god could enter the wild, ancient secret dimension, he would definitely be the first. The patriarch of the Golden Jade race sighed after a moment of silence. If even rank 5 true gods can enter Blue Ocean Bay, then the forces in the center of the continent will probably have rank 6 true gods or ancient gods. Therefore, the patriarch of the Golden Jade race didn't think this was a good thing. Let the quasi-god disciples enter first. The group of young disciples not far from the stone platform became impatient as soon as the patriarch finished speaking. The wild, ancient secret dimension was full of fortune, and there was a cultivation limit, so this secret dimension was almost exclusively for quasi-god disciples. Anyone who could obtain the title of quasi-god was a demigod who possessed complete divine power and could break through to the heavenly divine realm at any time. Although they were demigods, they were extremely powerful. For example, the strongest quasi-god prodigy of the Golden Jade race, quasi-god Dilin, had a record of killing a rank 2 true god. Although they now knew that even rank 5 true gods could enter, these quasi-god disciples had all obtained a spot, so they naturally couldn't take it away. First person, quasi-god Dilin. As the elders announced, the quasi-god experts of the Golden Jade race slowly entered. The Golden Jade race had 16 quasi-god experts in total. Third from the bottom of the 16 was a white-clothed youth. His handsome face was tinged with nervousness. This person was none other than Chiffon. He believed himself to be the #1 genius of Sky, Feather Island, and because of his master he had obtained a spot. However, of the quasi-god disciples entering the wild, ancient secret dimension, his strength was third from the bottom. The quasi-god disciples quickly entered. True God Tianhua, make sure to protect the quasi-god disciples of the race. The patriarch of the Golden Jade race indifferently said. Yes, patriarch. True God Tianhua was the strongest rank 5 true god of the Golden Jade race. No one in the Golden Jade race objected to him being the first to enter. He originally didn't have a spot because no rank 5 true god of the Golden Jade race had ever entered. Not even a rank 4 true god had ever entered. But for some reason, this strange phenomenon had occurred. In True God Tianhua's view, this was a fortune bestowed upon him by the heavens. This True God Tianhua stepped into the passage, but at this moment the passage suddenly began to sway and blur. Everyone knew that the passage was starting to become unstable. Rank 5 true gods would probably find it difficult to enter. Rank 4 true god. The patriarch of the Golden Jade race said. The strongest rank 4 true god of the race entered, and the white passage became even more blurry. With every person that entered, the passage would suddenly darken, so only 2 rank 4 true gods could enter. Rank 3 true god. A rank 3 true god of the race stepped into the passage, but the moment he entered, several spatial cracks appeared around him. Gusts of cold wind began to blow, tearing him to pieces. Rip! The entire Golden Jade race fell silent. A rank 3 true god had been so easily slain. Rank 2 true god. The rank 2 true god that obtained a spot carefully entered and safely passed through. Only when the passage completely dimmed did the experts of the Golden Jade race stop entering. But a few of the older true gods suddenly realized that the Golden Jade race had sent an extremely large number of people into the wild, ancient, secret dimension this time, almost twice as many as last time. The Gulong Zone, in a holy ground revered by tens of thousands of people, a massive ball of white light floated in the sky above this holy ground. Many palaces and buildings floated within this ball of light. At this moment, on one of the ancient plates, a figure with cold eyes and strange inscriptions on his face stepped into it. Quasi-god Heaven Swallower went in. In the back, the eyes of the countless quasi-gods and true gods were suffused with deep respect and worship. I heard that quasi-god Heaven Swallower already has the qualifications to become a rank 4 true god. With this opportunity, he'll probably be able to reach a higher level. In the future, he'll definitely become a god lord and one of the elders of the heaven-devouring sacred land. The eyes of countless peerless beauties in the back twinkled with dazed light. If the people of the other factions of the Gulong Zone heard these words, they would definitely be flabbergasted. A god, lord above the ancient god level, could only be considered an elder in the heaven-devouring race. However, some peak 4-star or 5-star factions might not be so surprised when they heard the words sacred land. A god realm sacred land was a forbidden existence in the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Some 4-star and 4.5-star factions might have never even heard of it before. A god realm sacred land was the supreme ruler of the 18 zones of the ancient desolate realm of gods. It was a forbidden land of the ancient desolate realm of gods. But not every zone had a god realm sacred land. After quasi-god Heaven Swallower entered, the other disciples began to enter. Disperse. An illusory elder in the back indifferently said. At this moment, a token appeared in his hand, and a message was transmitted into his mind. Only a part of the Gulong Zone can enter the wild, ancient, secret dimension. The other zones of the ancient, desolate realm of gods show no signs of connecting. The elder's expression suddenly changed when he heard this important news, and he hurriedly left. The other god realm sacred lands of the ancient, desolate realm of gods gradually received this news. Only a part of the Gulong Zone had successfully connected to the wild, ancient, secret dimension. However, they weren't surprised. The ancient, desolate realm of gods was vast and boundless. This time, the wild, ancient, secret dimension might have started from the Gulong Zone and slowly overlapped with the rest of the ancient, desolate realm of gods. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the other zones of the ancient, desolate realm of gods successfully connected as well. One could only say that the Gulong Zone had gained the upper hand this time. The factions of the other major zones could only wait for the wild, ancient, secret dimension to slowly connect. It might take a few days or a month. In the ancient dream realm, Zhao Feng was still cultivating the metal of wind lightning, his left index finger continuously fusing with the power of the god blood. His mind was calculating the 3rd level of the soul splitting technique, and he was also focusing on other matters. Suddenly, a humanoid race appeared within Zhao Feng's range of perception. This surprised Zhao Feng. After spending so much time in the ancient dream realm, Zhao Feng had only encountered ancient beasts in their original forms. This was the first time he had seen an ancient race in human form. Chapter 1171. The dense forest gave off an ancient aura and heaven-earth yuan qi that was even denser than the ancient, desolate realm of gods. A young man with clear eyes and a layer of scales on his light blue skin was walking carefully with a look of surprise on his face. This is the wild, ancient, secret dimension. The male was slightly excited. His name was Wei Ku, and he was from the Gulong Zone's blue-scaled race. He was extremely talented and had reached the demigod realm in just 100 years. Wei Ku had gained a spot in the fight for the spots to enter the wild, ancient, secret dimension. However, he was still at the bottom of the blue-scaled race. Let's look at the map first. Wei Ku's consciousness entered his soul world, and a scattered map appeared in his mind. This was the map information that the generations of disciples of the blue-scaled clan had gathered after entering the wild, ancient, mystic dimension. After countless years of accumulation, the map information still couldn't be connected. From this, it could be seen that the wild, ancient, mystic dimension was incomparably huge. The wild, ancient, secret dimension was the biggest secret dimension in the ancient, desolate realm of gods, and it only opened once every 10,000 years. It had only been 1,000 years since the last time the wild, ancient, secret dimension had opened, but it was opening again now. Therefore, Wei Ku felt like he was dreaming to be able to enter the wild, ancient, secret dimension. I can't tell where I am. Wei Ku's consciousness returned to his body. I heard from the seniors in the race that this place is extremely dangerous. I should contact the people in the race first. A blue fish-shaped token appeared in Wei Ke's hand. This was a message token. As long as this token appeared within a certain range, he would be able to send a message. However, at this moment, Wei Ke didn't sense anything when he activated the token. This meant that there was no one from the blue-scaled race within a certain range. The wild ancient secret dimension is just too big. No one from the blue-scaled ice race is near me. Wei Ke sighed and revealed a determined gaze. If that was the case, then he could only start exploring by himself. Whoosh! Wei Ke carefully flew through the forest and inspected his surroundings. This is blood soul grass. Wei Ke's eyes lit up as he flew toward a certain direction and stared at a blood-red herb with red meridians. The sanguine soul grass could increase the circulation of one's vital energy and blood, which was beneficial for cultivation and breakthroughs. At the same time, it was beneficial to the soul to a certain extent, so it was not considered very valuable to demigod experts. However, there was an entire patch of blood soul grass in front of them, and there were at least hundreds of them. Wei Ke was very tempted. Just as Wei Ke was picking the sanguine soul grass, an angry roar came from not far away. Immediately after, a blood-colored figure swept towards him. A long sword instantly appeared in Wei Ke's hand. As he swung it, a ripple of water swept forward and snapped a few towering trees before flying towards the blood-red figure. Blood Yuan race. Wei Ke stared at the ancient race in front of him. It was a strange race formed by a sticky blood-colored liquid. The Blood Yuan race could devour the blood and qi of other races and could change their body shape at will. They were ranked 8,612th among the 10,000 ancient races. As expected, the 10,000 primordial races here are all in their true forms. Wei Ke revealed a surprised expression, but his battle intent didn't decrease. This Blood Yuan race was also a demigod, but Wei Ke was a quasi-god and was much stronger than him. Furthermore, the blue-scaled race's bloodline was even stronger. However, right at this moment, more blood-colored figures charged over from behind. The enormous blood-colored figures made Wei Ke's heart shake. Run! At this time, in another direction, a handsome blond man with sharp features appeared. Zhao Feng was extremely fast, and he instantly arrived next to Wei Ke. He circulated his intent and took Wei Ke away from danger. After flying for a while, the figures of the Blood Yuan race started to disappear. Thank you for saving me, Wei Ke said with a faint smile, and his eyes were filled with gratitude. Zhao Feng's speed just now was at least twice as fast as Wei Ke's. This made Wei Ke admire Zhao Feng. From his point of view, Zhao Feng was at least a peerless genius from a 4.5-star power. The wild, ancient, secret dimension was filled with danger, and many races killed each other for their own benefits. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even care about Wei Ke, but Zhao Feng had saved his life. This proved that Zhao Feng wasn't an evil person. No need to thank me, but why are you here alone? Zhao Feng asked. In reality, Zhao Feng had noticed Wei Ke when he first arrived, but he didn't bother because Wei Ke wasn't strong, and Zhao Feng was too lazy to enslave him. However, when Zhao Feng saw Wei Ke take out a communication token, Zhao Feng became curious, so Zhao Feng slowly got closer and observed. The Blood Yuan race just now was purposely arranged by Zhao Feng. Aren't you alone as well? Wei Ke asked curiously, but he immediately added, the teleportation into the wild, ancient, secret dimension is random. There's nothing we can do about it. From Wei Ke's point of view, what he added seemed like nonsense, but waves started to form in Zhao Feng's mind. Wild, ancient, secret dimension. Zhao Feng had heard about this secret dimension in the Exchange Spiritual Hall, so he knew a bit about it. This is the wild, ancient, secret dimension. Zhao Feng wanted to ask, but the words were stuck in his heart. If the ancient dream realm really was the wild ancient secret dimension, Zhao Feng would definitely be treated as an idiot by Wei Ku. Pum, pum, pum. Zhao Feng's left eye twitched for a while before calming down. My name is Wei Ku. Are you willing to come with me for now? Wei Ku immediately invited. His clear eyes didn't reveal any other intentions. He had only heard about how dangerous the wild ancient secret dimension was, and he only saw it with his own eyes just now. If it wasn't for Zhao Feng, he probably would have died already. Wei Ke started to sense Zhao Feng's cultivation when he invited him. It didn't seem to be very strong, and he was puzzled. Zhao Feng's speed was much faster than his, but his cultivation seemed to only be at the peak stages of the mystic light realm. My name is Zhao Feng. I've just arrived, so it's safer to work together. Zhao Feng revealed a faint smile. He originally just wanted to get some information from Wei Ku, but Wei Ke's thoughts were simple and had no ill intentions, so he directly invited Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng still couldn't believe that this was the wild ancient secret dimension, so he decided to work with Wei Ku and see what was going on. If the ancient dream realm really was the wild ancient secret dimension, then wouldn't the geniuses of the ancient desolate realm of gods be here to steal his resources? Zhao Feng couldn't just sit back and do nothing. The ancient dream realm had always been a secret dimension that Zhao Feng could use to steal resources from, but now, countless geniuses from the ancient desolate realm of gods might have entered. Brother Zhao's strength is extraordinary. You must be a peak expert from a 4.5-star power, right? Wei Ke smiled and said, he already treated Zhao Feng as a good friend. Luckily, the force behind me isn't very strong. Zhao Feng said vaguely. The force behind him was the blazing fire golden sheep race, and it could be considered very weak. Wei Ke, let's go this way. I feel a dangerous aura in that direction. Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. In reality, that was Zhao Feng's territory. If he went with Wei Ku, he would be letting Wei Ke steal his resources. Furthermore, the beasts that Zhao Feng had enslaved wouldn't attack Zhao Feng. This would make Wei Ke suspicious. Okay. Wei Ke didn't think too much about it and headed in another direction with Zhao Feng. How many people from Brother Wei's race came to the wild, ancient, secret dimension? Zhao Feng started to gather information after just a few steps. The blue-scaled race is only a 4.5-star race, so only 45 people came. However, a powerful rank 5 true god from my race came. It would be great if we could meet him. Wei Ke said without thinking too much. 45 people, rank 5 true gods. Zhao Feng's gaze paused, and he was slightly surprised. According to Zhao Feng's guesses, these 45 people were either quasi-gods or rank 2 true gods. But he didn't expect there to be a rank 5 true god. A rank 5 true god was even stronger than the Sky Feather Island Lord. Watch out, Zhao Feng! Wei Ke suddenly roared as the long sword in his hand released a ripple of water and charged toward a Sky Fire Lightning Ape. This Sky Fire Lightning Ape obviously wasn't the one that Zhao Feng had enslaved. It was even stronger, and it had reached the peak of rank 1 true god. Zhao Feng's expression became slightly cold. Wei Ke wasn't strong enough to deal with this Sky Fire Lightning Ape, and he might even be in danger, but Wei Ke didn't seem to think that much. This made Zhao Feng's impression of the ancient, desolate realm of gods change. He always thought that everyone in the ancient, desolate realm of gods only cared about strength and profit. Zhao Feng circulated the metal of wind lightning and charged forward. Pum! Zhao Feng punched out with a fist of golden lightning that landed on the Sky Fire Lightning Ape's chest. No one sensed a wisp of the intent of metal pass through the fist and heavily damaged the Sky Fire Lightning Ape's organs. Wei Ke wasn't weak. He was much stronger than a rank 1 true god. He teamed up with Zhao Feng and quickly killed the Sky Fire Lightning Ape. Zhao Feng let Wei Ke take most of the precious materials from the Sky Fire Lightning Ape. Brother Zhao isn't just fast, he's also very strong. Wei Ku revealed a pure smile. Someone from my race seems to be nearby. Wei Ku sent a message through the blue token in his hand. After confirming the direction, Wei Ku and Zhao Feng started to move and soon met someone from Wei Ku's race. You're from the blue-scaled race? A male in yellow with sharp eyebrows and a slightly arrogant expression glanced at Wei Ku. Hu Qing, this person is indeed from the blue-scaled race, but isn't the person next to him? Next to the yellow-clothed man, a woman with delicate features said. Her tender skin had light blue veins, and her figure was exquisite. She was quite pretty. Big brother, Hu Qing, I'm Wei Ku. It's great to be able to meet you. Wei Ku was slightly excited and stood next to Hu Qing and Ma Lingshi. Wei Ku, you can come with us, but we don't know what race this person is from, and he's only at the peak stages of the mystic light realm. Being a strong disciple of the blue-scaled race, Hu Qing obviously didn't want to abandon the other members of his race, but his gaze toward Zhao Feng was filled with disdain. He didn't understand which force Zhao Feng was from. Why did he come to the wild, ancient, secret dimension when he was only at the peak stages of the mystic light realm? Those from the blue-scaled race that entered the wild, ancient, secret dimension were at least quasi-gods or rank 2 true gods. However, thinking about it, maybe it was because Zhao Feng's race was too weak, and there were still empty spots even after all the quasi-gods and demigods entered, which was why they sent someone at the peak stages of the mystic light realm. Big brother, Hu Qing, I met Zhao Feng when I first came here. He's even stronger than me, Wei Ku said in a simple and straightforward manner. Let him come with us. Ma Lingshi smiled faintly and said. From her point of view, Wei Ku only said that because he wanted Hu Qing to take in Zhao Feng. How could a peak stage mystic light realm be stronger than a quasi-god? Since Lingshi says so, then let him come with us. However, you need to help out when there's danger as well. Hu Qing looked at Ma Lingshi with a hint of passion in his eyes. Then he looked at Zhao Feng with disdain and said, with Zhao Feng's cultivation, he would probably die soon, so it didn't matter if he went with them or not. His main focus was on Ma Lingshi. Although Ma Lingshi wasn't as beautiful as the #1 beauty in the race, she was still pretty. Hu Qing was the strongest of the 4, so he could show off in front of Ma Lingshi and get her.